Published in accordance with Texas education laws. There is a quorum present. The time is 5 o'clock. At this time, at 5:01, we will go into executive session with under the following sections: 551071, private consultation with the board attorney; 551072, discuss purchase, exchange, lease, or value of property; 551074, discussion of officers, employees, and personnel matters; and let me find the safety. 551082, consider safety standards. This time, 5:01, we're into executive session. It's now 5:38. We are back in open session, and we will be in recess until 6 o'clock. I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District back to order. At this time, I would ask you to bow your heads and be in prayer with me. Father God, we come to you tonight with heavy hearts and with sadness for the loss of our beloved family member, a precious teacher who's devoted her life to students. We pray for her fellow teachers, her family. Lord, we pray for those children that she just began to get to know. God, we're thankful for her and for the services she did give to us. But we know that doesn't make living today any easier. God, we're thankful for the opportunity to come before you and tend to the business of this school district. Tonight is a heavy, serious agenda. I pray that we will use discernment and that you will be with us as we go through these budget items, through these bonding items, through everything on this agenda, because God, they make a difference for the kids in this district. Lead each and every one of us to examine each of these things carefully and make decisions that we know that are in the best interest of the children. And God, we're thankful for all the people in this community who care about our community, who are here tonight, who are here for the betterment of our district and our children. Father God, be with us as we leave here tonight. Be with those teachers when they return tomorrow, where that empty spot is, where they had a beloved co-teacher tomorrow. God, we are so thankful. These things I pray in the name of Christ Jesus, my Lord. Amen. At this time, will you please stand for the presentation of colors?
First Sergeant, don't run off. They gave me something to read. Next month we'll have the Granbury High School MCJROTC back, but tonight I want to let you know that the Granbury High School Marine Corps JROTC, led by Lieutenant Colonel Casey and First Sergeant Rositas, has been selected as a Naval Honor School for the 10th consecutive year. The Granbury High School Battalion also received the Marine Corps Reserve Association's Outstanding Unit Award for the third year running. This award is the highest recognition an MCJROTC unit can receive, and only 4 given out worldwide each year. Yep. It is outstanding. This is a great honor for Granbury High School. It's only the 3rd time in the program's 23-year history that they have earned this prestigious designation. The ROTC was chosen as the best program from among over 270 JROTC's programs worldwide. So congratulations on being number 1, First Sergeant. We appreciate you. And trustees will have them back next month to recognize them appropriately. Public hearing.
At this time, we will open our public hearing on the budget and the proposed tax rate for the 23-24 school year. Mr. Whiteville.
First part of this will be your general operating. This budget will be presented in 2 sections. Compressed tax rate budget and a BATRE, voter approval, tax ratification election budget. That was not on. It is now. Thank you. And they'll be color coded. The maximum compressed tax rate will be coded in yellow, and then your voter approved tax ratification election will be coded in green. You see this first page here, and you do have those booklets on your desk, and you can go follow along there. It's probably a little easier to see. The maximum compressed tax rate revenue would generate $82,573,000, which is $881,000 less than last year. The voter approved tax ratification election would generate $93.1 million, which would be an increase of $9,655,000 in revenue to the district. The next page breaks it down by functions. This is the area of the district where we will be spending the funds. The first one is going to be your highest one. That's going to be in direct instruction. You can see that net of recapture under the maximum compressed tax rate, that's 60% of our budget. And then under the voter approved tax ratification election, that would be 61.3% of the budget. You can see there down at the bottom that those are, since it's a balanced budget, there would be a reduction of expenditures of $881,000 under the maximum compressed tax rate, and an increase of $9,655,000 increase in the voter approved tax ratification election. The next slide breaks it down into the object code, which is what we're spending the funds on. You can see that the first column is 6,100, that's the salaries. That is where the majority of our budget is. Net of recapture with a maximum compressed tax rate is 84.4% of our budget. With the voter approved tax ratification election, that would be 85.1% of the budget. You can see there that the salaries, the voter approved tax ratification election, the majority of that fund, those funds will go into salaries. The increase in the maximum compressed tax rate in salaries from last year would be nearly $5 million. And then if the voter approved tax rate is approved, that's an increase of 11.369 in salaries for our staff. Under the MCR, our general operating revenue would be $82,573,003. The expenditures would also be $82,573,003 for a balanced budget. This balanced budget includes $1,850 for teachers' raise. It includes a 3% increase on all salaries to the midpoint on all other employees. And in addition to those salary increases, we brought drivers up to $18 an hour, and we brought bus driver leads up to $19 an hour, and all other pay scales were brought to a minimum wage of $15 an hour. Under the voter approved tax ratification election, The general operating revenue would be $93,109,462, and the expenditures at that same amount for a balanced budget. That budget would increase $9,655,000. In addition to the above raises, that would be a salary increase plan for 10% for every employee except for the administration scale, and that would only be another additional 3%. At the end of that year, since it is a balanced budget, the fund balance would be $21,804,000, and that would, on your next slide, you can see that will bring us down from last year's current of $30,200,000. So the balanced budget should stay equal. The next budget that we'll look at will be your debt service budget. This budget is based on 14.5 cents. It generates about a little over $15 million in revenue, and the total expenditures will be $13,591,402. That does include a defeasance of $6,140,000 of prior bonds. It is set for 14.5 cents. The debt service budget will produce approximately $7,646,000 at that rate, making our fund balance approximately $10,434,000. Reminding you that we can use this defeasance, which is the $6,140,000, which would save taxpayers $938,153.35 in interest. The next slides show the bonds that we're going to be doing that to. This is a schedule, has our Series 2015 unlimited bonds and our 2020A unlimited bonds, and you can see that the first of that schedule will be paying off $3,035,000, and then on the 2020A we'll be paying off $3.1 million. And then the next page will show you that the present value savings is the $938,153.35 in your debt service budget. And we'll talk about that later on in the meeting, but that's just for the debt service there. The next budget will be your child nutrition budget. This is a side-by-side budget as well, because the VATRE budget would affect them as well, because we would do those 10% raises with them as well. The first column is the MCR. You can see that they will generate $4,422,811 in revenue, and their expenditures will be $4,997,711 for a $74,900 loss. On the VATRE side, they would generate $4,422,811 again in revenues, but their expenditures would be $4,668,432 for a loss of $245,621. Just to remind you that their fund balance is a little high, and they are spending that down, so that is acceptable within that budget range. Revenues are expected to decrease, as well as expenditures. The fund balance under the MCR would be $1,157,020 at year end, and under the VATRE, their fund balance would be $986,299 at year end. And the district will participate in the community eligibility provision program for the 23-24 school year, and all students will eat for free. Tax rates. The current tax rate is at 99.96, and the proposed tax rate under the VATRE that we're proposing is 93.42, which is 6.5 cents lower than it was this past year. The budget that is proposed, that is being presented to you as a proposed tonight, will be dropping our tax rate for about the 9th year in a row. That is the 3 budgets that are required to be presented to you and in public hearing, and I can answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add just a little bit of, yes, maybe bring it to a more layman's terms on the VATRE. So there's some unique things at work as it relates to school funding and taxation, and a lot of that has to do with what happened in this last legislative session. So what you're seeing is districts across the state compressing their M&O tax rate, and in addition to that, you're seeing the advantage of a $100,000 homestead exemption. And so the district is looking for the opportunity to capitalize on this time by compressing our tax rate, but not the full amount, which we historically have done, which is one of the reasons we have the lowest tax rate in Hood County, school tax rate, and one of the lowest school tax rates in the Metroplex. And certainly, if you look at fast growth districts our size across the state, we continue to have an extraordinarily low tax rate. And so we want to lower the tax rate again, and we're able to do that with the homestead exemption and the compression, saving, I believe, the average homeowner just over $500 was published in the paper, and so that's a good thing. The challenge and the reason that we're wanting to have the voter-approved tax ratification election is because an area where we've struggled is taking care of our staff. We historically have had an extraordinarily low tax rate, but we historically have not taken the best care of our teachers when it comes to salaries in the state of Texas. And certainly in our area, West Jones and the HR department a couple of years ago did a salary study, and we rank 10%, at least some areas more, below our peers. And so we're looking at this as an opportunity not only to take care of our teachers, but our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, our custodians, those people that give so much back to our community, and they live here and they work here, and we're the largest employer, and we want to make sure they're taken care of. In addition to that, we want to lower our student-teacher ratio. It's not fair for a classroom teacher to have 25, 30 kids in their class. We know that learning works best when we can lower the student-teacher ratio. Research has shown that time and time again. And so it's going to provide us funds to do that moving forward as we grow. And so that's the VATRE. And then the other proposition on the ballot will be a bond election. And so we'll talk about both of those in more detail. But the combined tax rate for a district, most people on your tax bill, you just see GISD tax rate, but it's really two tax rates. One is an operations tax, and one is a debt tax, so it goes to construction. And those two together combined make up our tax rate. So we'll be lowering the operation tax rate 6 cents, and we'll be leaving the debt tax rate the same, even with the bond. And so the question comes, and hopefully I've been able to provide a little clarification on how compression and the exemption allow us to lower the M&O tax rate while capturing additional funds from the state. But on the debt side, if you think of it like a home mortgage, it's the equivalent of leaving your mortgage rate the same, but extending out your payments in years. So, we know that we owe about 9 more years worth of debt payments. Well, if we go build a new school, we're going to owe longer, but the rate won't go up. And so that's how we're able to keep our INS or debt tax rate the same and lower our M&O tax rate and ask for a bond and a VATRE. Did I explain that in layman's terms, Emmett?
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions?
I do want to say that Emmett spends, he and I began having preliminary conversations probably in February. About 6 months of his entire year is devoted to this, along with his team in the business office, and they do a phenomenal job. He is extremely conservative. He cares deeply about our budgets, and he scrutinizes over the numbers and is recognized as an expert in the state of Texas. We are very fortunate to have his leadership in our district. The other half of the year, he's doing audits from the state to make sure that we did what we say we're going to do, and proud to announce that, again, this year, we're a superior rated district financially, and that's because of Emmett Whitefield. Thank you for your leadership, Emmett.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, we will close the public hearing and go to our regular agenda. And Dr. Glenn, Superintendent's report, please.
Thank you, Madam President and trustees. I will tell you it has been a roller coaster ride for us as we've opened the start of the school year. I'll first speak to our new principals, Mr. Robinson at the high school, Ms. Ruiz at Bronner, and Ms. Shipp at Mambrino. They have been full of energy, and it has been a joy to watch them come into our administrative team and lead those campuses. Last week, we started off the year on a high. It was exciting to see students and teachers back after a long summer. Really feels like COVID has been pushed behind us, and there was so much energy on our campuses, and truly that's a credit to our, not only our teachers, but also the parents and the staff and the community members. We just have so many great community partners that make the start of school so special. The challenges with the start of school also are there. Growth is a huge challenge, and for those of you who've been driving around in the mornings and afternoons, you feel the impact of GISD being back in session on the roads, and so we apologize for that, but we do have plans to try and mitigate some of the growth that we have due to transportation and the transportation impact. Also, buses have been a challenge for us. Just speaking on behalf of our drivers, it's been hot, and it is hard to run a bus when it's 110 outside, and you got to open the doors and let kids off every 3 or 4 minutes, and you're running older buses with air conditioners, and you got 50 to 60 kids on those buses. It can be trying, and so I want to thank all of our bus drivers and our transportation staff. I know it has been a hard week for them, and they are doing their best. When it cools down, it'll get a lot better. But thank you to our bus drivers. They don't hear that often enough. And then finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't speak to the leadership of Maggie Walton and her staff at AES. You heard in Dr. Harrington's prayer, we had a tragedy, lost a staff member yesterday. I won't get into details about it, but anytime you lose a staff member, it's painful. It's painful for students, it's painful for parents, and it's painful for those educators that they work with day to day. And this particular individual was a pillar at Acton Elementary School, and she will be deeply missed. But I'm thankful for the leadership of Maggie Walton and her entire team of teachers and paraprofessionals and support staff. I was on that campus this morning, and they were hugging on each other, they were sharing positive stories, and most importantly, they were making sure that the needs of our kids are met. And so it speaks volumes, and you see what a person's character is in times of trials, and certainly the character at Acton Elementary School is strong. And so thank you to those educators who work in that school and our educators on every campus that have been there to support Acton Elementary during this difficult time. So, Madam President, with that, that is the superintendent's report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions of Dr. Gwynn? If not, we'll move into the open forum. And tonight, because of the number of folks who have asked to speak, we will hear those that are speaking on agenda items. We will hear it this time. I would ask you to be cautious about how you speak. Be kind, show grace, and we will watch your time because we have a long night ahead of us. And so when your 3 minutes is up, your 3 minutes is up. So we appreciate you, but that's the way we have to be tonight. The first person to speak will be Lauren. Oh, one other thing that I would like for you to point out. If you are speaking on an agenda item, restrict your speaking to that agenda item. And the first person is Laura Heffelfinger, and she's speaking on item 11I.
Hi, I'd just like clarification on Texas is a big state, and are there no suitable pigs here? Why is it that we need to approve travel out of state for FFA pigs? I'm just, I know there's pigs in Texas. That's an agenda item. Okay, so
that's for the purchase of the pigs.
Pigs, yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead.
No, and so open forum is not a back and forth. It's the public's opportunity to talk to the board, not ask questions of the board. So, but what I'll tell you is, if you will call to our Career and Technology Education Director, Todd Gibson, he can connect you with an ag teacher, and they would be happy to speak into why they purchase livestock out of state for shows. For a lot of times, it has to do with the quality they get.
I'm also here to support Karen Lowry as a
I'm sorry,
great trustee member.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Nanette Samuelson, to speak on 12A.
Good evening, Board. I'm speaking tonight as a concerned citizen, mother and grandmother of future GISD students. I encourage you to stop and think about the optics of the past year, and especially the last few weeks. I'm going to skip some of this because you probably will say it's not on the agenda item, but there have been several things that have happened in the last year that do not emit transparency. So jumping to the current situation, it makes an outside observer wonder why the board is concerned about a duly elected trustee researching books in the school library.
Ms. Samuelson, I'm sorry, you may speak to the agenda item.
Books in the library.
No, it is how we are going to go about purchasing the books.
Okay.
So you will restrict your speaking to that, please.
All right, so House Bill 900 is the new bill that was passed to change the way books are purchased so that the books that we don't want in there, the books that are inappropriate for school children to read or to observe, will not be selected for schools that they're inappropriate for that age. One thing that it doesn't address is what is currently in the library. So that came to my attention today as I was researching that bill this is for future books, not for books that are currently there. So I would encourage you as school board members to address that for the books that are currently in the library, because that bill is only about future books. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samuelson. The next person is Elizabeth Mercer. She wants to speak on the bond issue, 12J.
So, of course, it was at the back of the room. Sorry, took a minute to get up here. First of all, I just want to say that y'all have a great school district. I was lucky enough, you do, seriously, I was lucky enough. I was lucky enough to be asked to contribute what little I could as you began to get a citizen's comments about the bond. There is absolutely nothing about this bond that shouldn't be passed. It's not going to raise taxes. It's going to address so many issues. And the school district just does a great job of managing itself. I just wanted to give you all an attaboy. And also, though my support probably means nothing, just to let everyone know that you do have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer. Jim Brown to speak on EFB policy.
Hello, Board. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Jim Brown. I'm fortunate to be Monica Brown's husband, but to talk directly about the purchasing of the books, I just would ask that you would have a very full understanding and a vetting of the books that you purchase. We've discussed this over and over again. I was hoping to explain how my wife, Monica, has spent multiple hours, has read 70 of these books. It is amazing, the
Thank
content.
you, Mr. Brown. We appreciate her efforts, but that is not on the subject. Thank you. Mrs. Brown? Monica Brown to speak on that same policy.
Thank you, Barbara Harrington, for saying you appreciate the work I put into this morally, eternal issue. About those books, any support or glamorization of transgender ideology to minors is child abuse. No, it's EFB. It's about books being bought. I can go to social media if you want me to. I can talk right here, right now about EFB. That's
Yes,
what my
yeah.
notes are.
You may speak about EFB.
I'm talking about EFB. Leah Dawson mentioned manga on here. Half, no more than half, it was mentioned by, I think it was Mr. Wimberly last time, that more than half of those books are erotica, they're sexually explicit. That's the truth. And we have 351 of those books in our high school, not to mention the middle school and the other middle school, the two middle schools. 0 books about Ben Carson, 0 books about Ben Franklin. So I'm asking you right here to make
Ms.
sure
Brown.
EFB, I'm
Ms.
talking
Brown,
about EFB.
may I interrupt
No,
one
actually,
more
this is my
time?
3 minutes.
It's on agenda items, ma'am. It's on agenda items.
I have one thing to say, and then you can have the rest of my time. EHAA tells you how your school is accredited. It mentions your SHAC policy about sex ed. You have books that directly oppose your sex ed. So if you're teaching sex ed through your instructional materials, which you are, Water for Elephants is one of them, okay? You got a book called The Witch Boy. If you are teaching... EHAA is your accreditation policy. Your books, your instructions, your resources are opposing that. Your book, your situation with Mrs. Dawson, that needs to change. You need to look at your EHAA policy. You're going to let her do that? Are you going to speak to her? Because you shut down other people just a few minutes ago.
Ms. Brown, yes, would the audience
yeah, will we
please
shut
give
them
Ms.
down?
Brown her appropriate time?
I'm going to give it back to you now. EHAA is all you need. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sharon Shelander, who will speak on 12A.
Good evening. I've spoken here on several occasions about the non-age appropriate books that remain in our GSD libraries. A major move by the Texas State Library and Archives, cutting ties with the American Library Association due to their ideology, is a huge leap forward in your choices, I believe, in purchasing books. As you go forward in purchasing books for our school library. No longer should you be following the guidance of the ALA. We'll be watching for your actions going forward. I know that some of the books, and I believe Barbara Harrington and I spoke one time, and she was talking about the books that they purchased for the library is in that for a moral reasoning. And sometimes these non-appropriate age books are there for that moral. So I just ask you guys to look at them. Make sure if you think that that book is for a moral reason, that you understand how that book is going to be presented to the children so they also understand the moral reasoning that you guys see. They can't just pick it up out of the library and understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sholander. Mr. Daughtery, Jerry Daughtery, to speak on BBE local policy and the impact of items 12I and J.
Well, with full disclosure, I'm coming to talk to you tonight with a somewhat heavy heart and also a great deal of angst and even some anger over what we're doing that is going to have a direct impact upon what 100-plus people worked most of the summer to try to put together and built up a substantial amount of goodwill toward this. We left on July the 25th with a very positive feeling about the bond election and the Vatry issue. And by August the 3rd, all of that is under risk of being flushed down the toilet in order to try to take action against one of the existing school board members. That is what has caused me my concern, is that we would be doing this at a time, I consider it an act of political stupidity, to tell you the truth, because the person that you're seeking to take action against...
Mr. Daugherty, would you restrict your comments to your support of the bond?
I'm talking about the fact that you're about to destroy the work of 100 people that took place this summer because you're picking on a person who, when elected in November, took 58% of the vote and the majority of all of the precincts. And it's not only jeopardizing the work of that group, but it's jeopardizing the students in this school district who are going to be deprived if this issue doesn't pass. I'm a staunch supporter of this, but this board needs to wake up to the fact that you are taking action in a situation that's
Mr. Daugherty, that is not on the agenda tonight, and if you would like to speak to the bond, you certainly may.
I'm speaking to the bond issue. And the danger that is being presented here. And Dr. Glenn, they don't want me to talk about this situation, but what we've got here, I think you're the person that is at greatest risk of what's going on here, because we're looking at a very serious possibility that we're going to have 2 failed bond elections, a failed voter-approved tax rate, and the real possibility that we're going to have a TEA investigation of harassment against a school board member.
Thank you, Mr. Daugherty. Jody Gelker, EFB board, book policy. Gerker or Gelker. And for those of you that want to speak on non-agenda items, I invite you to stay because you will have a time to fully speak to that at the end of the meeting. And certainly we will listen to all those comments. And Mr. Daugherty, I'll give you back your 45 seconds if you'd like it. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. After I gave you your millstones, I wasn't coming back. But when I heard, sorry, I'm emotional because it's so wrong. What you're doing is so wrong for this community.
Ms. Gelker, are you speaking?
I'm talking about a book. It's okay. Thank you for getting me on track.
Thank you.
I heard what you're doing to Karen Lambert, and I came back. And I picked a book that's not in the library, but I believe has been in the curriculum, and is. It's called Water for Elephants. I spent the morning reading it, and well written, very well written. And but it is, the reviewers in Amazon say that it's not for children. So Granbury can take pride in having it, if it is still in the curriculum, of the upper level high school. They can have the distinction of having children reading it. It has racial and ethnic slurs, animal abuse, cruelty, mass murders, fluent foul language, senior citizens neglect, stereotypical everything, and of course, age-inappropriate sex. So why would Granbury keep it? That's been the question on all these books. Why? And I can't think of anything other than you're answering to TASB and the other state and national organizations that control school boards, libraries, etc. And I charge you with the stolen innocence of children.
Thank you. Paula McDonald to speak on the 12J election for the bond.
Madam President and members of the board, I was excited to serve on the Long Range Planning Committee throughout the summer. The process was a vital part of coming together as a community in order to fully understand the needs of this school district and for the 8,000 students that we serve. I'm expecting that all 7 members of this board to vote wholeheartedly a yes in support of this bond. If you are truly here in the capacity of placing our students' needs first, then any other vote other than yes will plainly show the entire community exactly where you stand regarding GISD students. This bond is not about politics. It's not about being Republican or Democrat. It's about our students. This bond has nothing to do with single-minded agendas. This bond is essential as this community continues and will continue to grow. We cannot ignore the demographic data that clearly show each and every campus is busting at the seams. The growth is here, whether you like it or not. We as a community must do the right thing and support this much-needed bond. The safety of every student is at stake. Portable buildings are not the answer, as they are not safe. They are a disadvantage to the students and the teachers who are forced to be in them. In fact, portable buildings are very expensive and add no long-term value to the district. Do the right thing tonight and vote yes to accept this bond proposal. Every student in this district is depending on that vote of yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Dave Eagle. Mr. Eagle is going to speak on 12G and 12J. And even though you submitted two forms, you will be restricted to 3 minutes.
Dave Eagle, 2615 Hillside, Truth and Taxation. And I see there's useful idiots in the office. I appreciate it. So, truth and taxation. I'm not going to talk about anything as glamorous as the books. What I want to do is clear up a misconception about the proposed tax rate. The proposed tax rate of 93 cents is, on its face, is lower than last year's rate. I agree. Last year's rate was about $1. However, with the new compression concepts our glorious legislature voted in, there's a 20% reduction in the M&O rate. That is supposed to be supplemented by the state of Texas. This compression only goes to M&O. So last year, M&O, the M&O component of $1 was 0.855. Using this for illustration, a 20% reduction would be taking 0.855 down 0.171, 17 cents in a penny, or 17.1 cents. What that, if you subtract it from 0.855, you end up with 0.684 as your M&O, which it should be, or in that range. If you put the 14.5 cents INS back on it, your tax rate should be, comparatively speaking, 82.9 or 82.9 cents. So it's about a 10%. You're showing a 93 cent on the face of it, but the truth of the matter is you're raising the tax rate 11% when you factor in the 20% compression that the state's going to kick back. So as far as the net effect goes, as stated by Mr. Whitfield, with the voter tax approval rate, you'll be looking at bringing in almost $10 million more revenue. So this is an increase in the tax rate. That's why you're putting it up for election. And just to be clear for the record, it is a tax increase. It is a tax increase. And you even put it on your publication that this is a tax increase. The conclusion here is the state giveth and the school district taketh away. And the reason I'm bringing this up because I think that people need to be clear on what this compression means and what is really going on here. And that's why you're going to be putting it for a vote on the 93 cents. The state, by the way, the state government does not generate income. Neither does the county, neither does the school district. Every penny that comes through any government entity was in our pocket at one time. So even with the state kicking money back, they're getting it from us in the first place. So I'm not even going to go to the next topic because thought I would get each topic and you're not going to let me do it, but you've been shutting everybody else down, so I conclude my speech.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Brett Deason to speak on 12J.
As I said, I'm Brett Deason, and I actually live at 3217 Crossbridge Circle. So, in 2012, I want to talk about the bond election, but I want to talk a little bit about history. In 2012, we had our last bond that was passed as well, too, and a couple of years later, the board and the administration made the decision to become a district of innovation. And I had no idea back then, I wasn't engaged, and I had no idea what the impact it would have on my family or the kids today. But I'm very fortunate that I get to speak in front of several classes. I get asked to speak in front of several student groups. And it amazes me. I also serve on several scholarship committees. And I read these applications and I see what our students are doing here. And the opportunities that they were taking advantage because of those decisions back then impacted the students today as well as those in the future. It had an impact on my own family. My son, from the time he was little and could start speaking, I think his first word was airplane and not mama or dada. And as he entered the high school, the decision to become a school of innovation or a district of innovation impacted him because we had the flight program here as well too. He took his first flight in his dream through this organization. There was also a mentor. There was a lot of mentors that, as a result of those decisions, that came in to help our students here. And there's one in particular named Tom Wood. He passed away a couple of years ago after that, but he took my son under his wing. And he arranged for him to fly, and he got his first 20 hours under his belt, and then COVID hit, and he wasn't able to finish his private pilot's license. But he went on, and last week, he passed his instructor's license, and next week he goes to work for Brazos Valley Flight School instructing his first student. And I say all that because we didn't know what the impact on students was back then. But the decisions in tying that into this current bond and the thoughtfulness needs to be commended. Dr. Glenn, during the last bond election, we failed. There's no doubt about it. The one thing you did and the administration did was listen to the voters. They listened to the moms of young kids. They listened to teachers. They listened to the citizens. And they listened to those that criticized them harshly. And for that, it takes a lot of guts, and there was a lot of thoughtfulness that went on as well, too. We need to pass this bond for the future of Granbury ISD and the future of the kids, because the decisions you make today are going to impact those kids as well, too. So I encourage all of the trustees to vote for this bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deason. Connie Wimberly on 12J.
Good afternoon, Board, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Why is the bond so important? I'm going to tell you why that bond is important. It addresses the problems and it supports advancements of the students' achievements. Does Granbury ISD have problems? Yes, we have major problems. We have outgrown our current facilities. Our teachers are some of the lowest paid. 50% or more of our students are from below the poverty line, and we have board members that have personal agendas. We need to put that library debacle behind us and move forward. Does Granbury ISD have achievements that the bond will support? By all means. We have students that bring home high honors in UIL competitions. Our ROTC program is ranked top in the nation. We have preschoolers reading prior to going to kindergarten. We have many athletic and academic scholarships. We have one of the top CTE programs in the state with students set to be employed upon graduating from high school. We're providing a nutrition program for every single student. We have teachers that are committed to educating, supporting, and giving of their precious time for our students. We even have the Region 11 Top Educator of the Year 2 years running. The bond is designed to allow these achievements to continue and to grow. The bond is focusing on the needs of Granbury ISD, allowing for growth, overcrowding, maintaining great teachers, and dealing with the demographics of this community. How do you, as a board, make GISD best and gain a great honor? By fulfilling the true needs of our students and our teachers, by supporting the 5-year plan, by getting a bond approved to provide for the classroom space and upgrading our facilities. Your vote, your actions, and your commitment to Granbury ISD will say it all. If you're not behind Granbury ISD, committed to Granbury ISD, voting for Granbury ISD, then I'd ask for you to step down from the GISD board. Please, board, please be on this for the right reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Pennell to speak on the bond and the teachers.
I'll now take off my glasses. I have an eye infection, so people, stay away from me, but it's not contagious. Superintendent Glenn, Trustee Chair Dr. Harrington, and other trustee members sitting on the dais. My husband Bob and I live at 403 West Doyle, Granbury, Texas. While we have no children enrolled in GISD, we are tax-paying citizens that believe it takes everyone's involvement to make our community a great place to live. Bond, tonight we stand before you in appreciation of the hard work that has been done to present such a bond possibility to our community, and we encourage you to vote yes. You spoke of salaries for the staff and hiring the best staff. I want to share with you one of those staff members. I am currently working with Renee Jackson on a project to enhance the upcoming Remembrance of Veterans Day. Such teachers as Renee, who work with very positive attitudes and who work to bring honesty and integrity to their jobs, she stands as an example, as most of the staff and teachers do, working for GISD. Thank you for hiring such people who influence our students on a daily basis. The best use of buildings. I heard speak in some of the community comments about how the community is involved and how we best use our buildings. One of those is, I encourage you, if I may do so, to ask you to mark down Friday, November the 10th on your calendars, beginning at 9:30 a.m. You will want to come and see the use of the GISD auditorium. What is it used for? It's filled up to show and have an awesome and inspiring program remembering our veterans. My husband and I will also be attending the special call meeting in the same room this coming Wednesday at 6 p.m. We plan to stand up and speak out. Thank you for giving citizens the opportunity to voice both praises and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pennell. That concludes this portion of the open forum, and we will go into the consent agenda items. I would like to pull number 11K for consideration separately. Anybody want to pull anything else?
I'd like to pull 11E.
I'm sorry?
11E.
11D?
E.
Oh, E.
Echo.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
I have a comment that I'd like to speak when we get to 11B.
Okay. Yeah, you said 11B, is that right? Yes. All right. And Ms. Townsend?
Of course, I would like to speak on donations.
Okay. Let's start with 11B. Ms. Lowry, would you like to? Oh, from the executive session, yes. Let's back up a bit. It's not on my agenda, but let's
Number 10.
consider, here we go, consider action on the items discussed in executive session. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, thank you, Madam
Thank you,
President.
Mr. Graff.
And I will start by thanking Mr. Jones for putting together the HR report. You have it before you. We will pull out specifically Sandy Ruiz, principal of Bronner, and take action on her separately. But we'll ask that you approve the Human Resources report as presented. Something that was not discussed in closed session was the salary stipend and salary schedules for the special education staff. We'd like that to be approved as part of the HR report tonight as well, and I'll ask Mr. Jones to speak into that briefly.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Glenn. Yes, the Special Education Department has had a difficult time this year or this summer hiring a LSSP, a licensed specialist in school psychologist. And we had one, but we lost it to another district because of a higher salary, which was unfortunate. But through the creativity of our special ed director, Shelley Kurtzinger, she talked two of our LSSPs into sharing the load of the position that we weren't able to hire. And so through her efforts, those two accepted the position, and they'll divide those duties between them to keep us compliant. And with that, that would help us very much. So I would ask for you to approve that. Also, we have a special education teacher on staff that is getting his board certified behavior analyst, a BCBA, and he's willing to sign a 3-year commitment to work for the district in this capacity that deals with challenging behaviors. And having him on this will help us deal with those problems. And so we ask you for those two stipends.
Madam President, you have the recommendation from the HR department. It is my recommendation tonight that you approve as presented.
Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam President.
I have a motion to accept the recommendations from Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Mr. Moore. Any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign.
Thank you, Board. Also, it is our pleasure tonight, as part of the HR report, to recommend separately a new principal for Bronner Elementary School. Sandy Ruiz has been with the district 6 years. Her previous capacity was assistant principal at Bronner, and she has done nothing but outstanding things in her previous role and certainly in the month she's been on the job in the new role. And so it is our recommendation tonight that you make that a permanent position with your official capacity to do so by vote. And so we're proud tonight to recommend Sandy Ruiz as the next principal of Bronner Elementary.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Thompson?
Second.
Townsend? Sorry about that, Barbara. I have a second. Billy, thank you. Mr. Wimberly? Any discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0. Now let's get to the consent agenda.
One more thing.
right.
Madam President, I apologize. A couple of other things going on. In closed session night, we did discuss under 551.076 deliberations regarding safety and security audits. Two items were presented to trustees, the audit findings and executive summary, and the school marshal roster update. These are privileged and confidential items that are not shared with the public. I'm sure that the audience understands why, but it is the recommendation of administration that you approve both of these security measures as presented in closed session.
Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve both security agenda items as presented in closed session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Wimberly, second by Ms. Gore. All in favor, show of, any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0.
Thank you, Board, and thank you to Chief Clark in the back and his team for all they do in our security department. Thank you, Wes Jones and your HR department putting that together. And now, Madam President, we're ready to go into consent.
It's going to be a long night. You notice I'm hurrying us along. Ms. Lowry, you want to speak to item 11B, consider the annual renewal with Waltz Gallegos. Do you want that pulled, or do you just want to speak to it?
I just have a comment since we're going to be asked to consider the annual renewal. The firm presently has me under investigation for my library visit and under review of President Harrington's investigation. I've attempted to get information regarding this investigation from Walsh and Gallegos. When I contacted attorney Joey Moore to find out information, she refused to share any details with me unless President Harrington gave them permission to do so. Therefore, I believe my vote either way would possibly appear tainted due to this unfortunate and unnecessary circumstance, so I will be abstaining from that vote.
I would like to request too that we could vote on that.
You want it pulled?
Yes, please.
You want it pulled?
And I have a comment to make as well.
Okay. We will pull item 11B.
Item E was pulled as well, Madam President, in K.
Yes.
And then I think Mrs. Townsend is speaking to one other item.
Yes. Ms. Townsend?
Okay, this one isn't being pulled, but it's always my immense pleasure to talk about how our community is supporting Granbury ISD. And so for the donations that we received this month from our community, we ended up with $1,550 from the Pirate Softball Booster Club for the GHS Ladies Softball Program. And then from Rodney and Kim Carlson, $200 for GISD Robotics Program. From Tom Lawhery from Taco Casa, $500 for the GISD Robotics Program. Van Griffin Kia, $1,000 to the GISD Robotics Program. Granbury Optimist Club brought in $360, which they do once a month to stock the athletic freezers with frozen peanut butter and jelly sandwiches so the kiddos have something to eat after working out. And then for Convocation this year, we had the community help support the Convocation and came in and were able to share what they have with all of our teachers. And all total, I'm not going to read the whole list because we'd be here for quite a while, but our community gave $10,750 toward the Convocation so that all the teachers and staff and bus drivers and cafeteria workers, everybody who is part of GISD had lunch and had a chance to see how our community supports GISD. And so I just want to thank everyone for what they gave, the time that they gave, as well as the money. And thank you so much for supporting GISD. Thank you, President.
At this time, we will act on items 11A, approve minutes from July the 17th, August the 2nd, and August the 14th. Consider approval of the TASI policy 121 update. Consider and take possible action on the board resolution on safety and security. Ratify the 2023-2024 Regional 11 ESC contracts. Consider approval for renewal of IXL services. Consider approval of the renewal of a curriculum and associates iReady software. Consider approval of 2 GISD two staff out-of-state travel. Ratify the filming location and material releases for the GHS barbecue team. Consider the 2023-2024 compensation plan revision for ESSER funds. Consider budget amendments. Consider the approval of supplemental CTE instructional supplies. Consider the approval of the MRO maintenance, repair, and operations under CSP 2023-11. Consider approval of the transportation supplies equipment under CSP 2023-12. Consider the renewal of the property, crime, general liability, educators' legal liability, and automobile insurance with Texas political subdivisions, and to consider approval of the purchase of a minimum of 1,000 Chromebooks under RFP 2023-18. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam President.
Motion by Mr. Moore.
I'm not going to read all of those.
And I'll second.
We have a motion from Mr. Moore, second from Ms. Gore. Are there any other further discussions regarding those? All in favor, show of hands.
Agree with everything except I'm abstaining from 11B.
We pulled it. So all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same. Let the record show 7-0. Then we will go to 11B, consider the annual renewal with Walsh Gallegos. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. The renewal for Walsh Gallegos is an annual retainer agreement between us and the firm that represents us in all legal matters. And as you know, and probably most of the people in the room know, Walsh Gallegos is one of the largest and most reputable firms in the Texas. So the $1,000 retainer agreement is certainly very reasonable considering the services they provide to the district, which are outlined in your board book.
Do I have a motion?
Can I make a comment?
Sure, we'll do it either way. Go right ahead.
The comment I wanted to make is that I also tried to contact the attorney as well, and she told me that she represented all of us, yet she was unable to answer my questions. That's the comment. That's the only comment I wanted to make.
According to our contract with them, and I will read this portion of it, it says, and this has been in our contracts for a number of years, the retainer agreement does not impose any duty upon the law firm to provide advice or work to the district regarding legal matters, absent a request by the district's board president, superintendent, special education director, or designee for such advice or work on the matter. And you reached out to me and I offered to reach out to them on your behalf, and
Exactly, so my issue is with the contract.
yes, okay. Any other discussion? All in favor of approving contract with Walsh Gallegos? Oh, I do. I'm certainly moving right along. How about a motion?
So moved, Madam President, to approve the contract with Walsh Gallegos.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Gore, second by Mr. Wimberly. Now, any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show one abstention and one no vote. The abstention by Mrs. Lowry, the no vote by Mrs. Kraft. Moving to the next thing we pulled is consider approval of revision of the 2023-2024 school calendar by adding 2 early release days on general election day, November the 7th, and primary election day on March 5th.
I just have a comment on that.
Yeah.
We have 2 weeks of early voting plus a weekend, so my issue with it is it gives the appearance of electioneering and it disrupts the school day for students. That's my comment.
I'll speak into that. As a former teacher, we have some teachers that don't live in the district, and I've been that teacher trying to get to those polls because I never early voted. I would always vote on election day, and running up through that parking lot, getting there as they closed the doors, didn't make it in time. So, to support our community to be able to vote on election day if they choose, not just during early voting, because some people don't like to vote during early voting, and to promote this culture of, civic duty and voting among our teachers and students. That's why me and Mrs. Townsend put this on the agenda for your consideration tonight.
Another thing I would like to mention on that is going through the student handbook, I noticed that our students who are of age can be election clerks and can be, give them an opportunity to also see how our election process works from that standpoint. And it would be much easier for them if they were able to get out of school early. So that was a second reason.
It creates the opportunity for our teachers to include this into the curriculum and teach about voting, and it's a basic principle our nation was founded on. So I think anything we can do to promote that culture in our district is a good thing.
What time would the release be from school?
We do 11:30 for elementary, and we normally do 1 o'clock for secondary on early release days.
Mr. Dawson, how does this affect the minutes for the school calendar?
Currently, we have 2.65 extra days built into the calendar. This would just bring it down to 1.7 remaining days left, but the board was gracious enough to approve the staff development waiver days, which gives us 2,100 minutes additional, and we'll be going through those staff development days throughout the year. So we'll have 2,100 extra minutes on top of that.
Thank you.
And to be clear, to your comment about electioneering, we do not tell teachers how to vote. We don't tell anyone how to vote. It's just an opportunity to do so if you choose. But everybody votes how they choose to vote.
Okay. Any further discussion? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Motion by Ms. Gore, a second by Mrs. Townsend. Further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show a vote of 5-2 with Mrs. Lowry and Mrs. Kraft voting no. The last thing that we have that we pulled was the item on delegating authority to the superintendent to obligate the school district under Chapter 49. And we actually are, while it reads that way, perhaps we are only authorizing him to submit that application. But Dr. Glenn, you want to speak to that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. The state, inadvertently, this should have actually been an action item because there's specific language that's needed for approval. It does say delegate authority to the superintendent, but essentially what you're giving me is permission to submit the form online, which is the much simpler way to submit our attendance credits as part of recapture. And so, Mr. Whitefield, do you want to elaborate on a little bit on that?
Yes, sir. The attendance, purchasing of attendance credit was agreed on and voted on by the voters of Hood County, or actually ISD, in October of 2006. This is one of the options that they chose for us to use. In the past, we had you sign it, or had the board officer sign it, and then we mailed it in. TEA has since said that we are going to upload that. And to do that, they have to give you the authority to upload that into the system. They still sign the agreement, but we upload it to the thing. There is highlighted board minute language that has to be exact, or they will kick it back to us. So that's the reason it's highlighted and in your board packet.
Yep, so you have that, and just since we have so many taxpayers here, would you share the tax dollars that will be sent back to the state and recapture this year?
This year, we sent back $11.484 million.
If you will look, Board, on page 73 and 74, you will find the language of the, that we must use when you make the motion. Yes, it's highlighted in yellow.
Okay, Madam President, I move that for the 2022, 2023, 2024 school year, we delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under Texas Education Code 48.257 and Texas Education Code Chapter 49, Subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under Texas Education Code 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wimberly. Do I have any discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0. Having worked our way through the consent agenda, we will move right on into the discussion and items. Discussion of approval of EFB library local policies. Ms. Brown and Ms. Dawson.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Board. At our last board meeting, you received a draft of the changes to our library policy that was prepared and voted on 7-0 by the policy committee members. Thanks again to Dr. Harrington and Karen Lowry for serving on the policy change committee, and along with the other 7 volunteers that represented elementary, middle, high school parents, teachers, and librarians. The policy and collection development guidelines were posted on the GISD website immediately following the July board meeting. We have not received any direct questions, comments, or concerns regarding the changes and have brought it back as an action item to be voted on tonight.
Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate you and Mrs. Dawson. Appreciate you putting it out there. I guess it's a good thing. We love community feedback, but it's also a good thing when the community doesn't provide that feedback, and we'll take that as a green light. But we know you've worked hard on it. You've done your research, and we are grateful to all the effort the two of you have put in, but also your entire team, and also the community members who were involved in this. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a quick question. In the summary, it said the committee consisted of 9 people, and then at the end of the summary, it said the changes suggested were each voted on, all with a 7-0 vote in favor of the updates. Was that a 9 or 7 vote?
7-0.
7-0, but there were 9 people that were on the committee.
Oh, well, you know what? That's a great question. But why is it 7-0? I think that we did have all people there. Should be 9-0. Sorry, that was my mistake. 9-0 on all the things that we voted on changing.
So all were in attendance. There were 9 members, and all were in attendance.
Yes, sir.
So it was approved unanimously, correct?
All the changes that we made on the policy were unanimously approved, yes.
Okay, thanks.
So that was my bad.
I have a discussion for you guys. I believe that this needs to be tabled at this point, and I'm going to tell you why. It's premature right now to approve any changes recommended by everybody. The HB 900 interim report was delivered this month with specific new recommendations for updating the state education code, specifically Chapter 4.2, school library programs, collection development standards. These recommendations for this policy change were talked about and developed before HB 900. Included in HB 900 4.2C, parental access to library and online library to include a process to determine and administer student access to material rated by library material vendors as sexually relevant as defined by the Education Code 35.001. This requirement encourages schools to provide library transparency. Discussion and vote should be taken to leave the ALA since the SBOE voted to reject several ALL policies, and the Midland County Commissioners, the state of Montana, Arizona, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania have voted to leave to the ALA, and as the president is a proclaimed Marxist. Our policy of reading the entire book and doing a report on it is recommended by the ALA. And because I was in the library, books are still being found that are inappropriate, on the edge, teen drinking, gang violence, homeless man kicked to the ground, gasoline poured on him, set on fire, foul language, drive-by shootings, attempted murder of the witness of the killing of the homeless man, teen depression, drug use. No, it's not pornographic, but these are totally uneducational and unacceptable books, so I'm suggesting, and there's more, I'm suggesting that we table this, redo it, and look at it again to make it more appropriate. Thank you.
Mrs. Graff?
Do we need a second for that table?
No, it's not a motion.
She hasn't made a motion yet.
No.
Are you making a motion, Mrs. Lowry?
Yes, if we can table this, and yes, I think we need to make a motion to table this, to pull it off of here. This needs to be looked at again and redone, and so yes, I'm making a motion on it.
And then at this point, I would second that motion.
We have one of the things, Ms. Dawson, I would like to ask you at this point. You and I discussed whether this was in line with the new regs that have come out from the state. Would you like to address that?
Sure. House Bill 900 does not change anything with policy. It changes the collection development guidelines, and what they have put out so far are very in line with what we have for our guidelines. Those are two completely separate things. Our policy has to be in line with the policies that are already set out by TASB and they're set out by TEA. So we are in line with our policy. Collection development guidelines are completely separate. House Bill 900, as of April 1st, will have a list of any sexually explicit books that are rated by vendors. And if we currently have any in our libraries, they are automatically pulled by law legally. And so that will for sure happen if there are any still there.
So doing reviews on them, and there are.
Regardless of what happens tonight, then, we have to be in compliance with HB 900 by September 1st anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam President, point of order. There's a proposed table of the motion is seconded, and we need to take a vote on it.
All in favor of tabling this item? Show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show that the motion will not be tabled. All right, failed 2-5. Now, I will entertain a motion to approve the EFB library local policies.
Madam President, I move that we approve the local EFB policy as presented.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Gore, second by Mr. Moore. Any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Let the record show, 5, all opposed. Let the record show, vote 5-2, that this motion has passed with Ms. Lowry and Mrs. Graft opposing. Thank you, ladies, very much for your hard work. We'll move to consideration of approval of the 2023-2024 Technology Department recycling processes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, you should have a memo in front of you. Every year, my team goes through the entire campus and district, repairs what they can and pulls out what they cannot. We use STS, electronic recycling, to disregard all of that old equipment that we cannot resurrect. And the reason that we do recycle that equipment is because it could contain potential information regarding students or data. So there's no reason for us to try and receive monies for those items. It's actually safer for us to destroy those things. So it is our recommendation to approve STS recycling again for that 2023-2024 school year.
Madam President, I move that we accept the recommendation to approve the recycling of expired and damaged devices as needed by STS Electronic Recycling for the 2023-2024 school year.
I have a motion by Ms. Townsend,
I'll second.
a second by Ms. Gore. Is there any discussion? I just have one question. I know at one time y'all used some that were not functioning and robbed parts to help others. Do you continue to do that?
We still destroy and Frankenstein as much as we can to make sure that every student has a device in their hand. Our last resort is to throw something away that is usable.
Okay, you have a motion before you to approve this recycling procedures. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0 vote. Consider technology purchases.
Board
Mr.
policy CH local requires a board approval on purchases in excess of $50,000. In front of you, we have expenditures that we know will exceed $100,000. We've actually attached those to you. We've also attached a list of expenditures that we know that we're going to spend throughout the year. Things like Skyward for our student information system, things for the internet usage for students to be able to use and access the internet. Any type of computer equipment that we'll have to purchase, the purchase of the Chromebooks, teacher devices, teacher carts, things of that nature. So we recommend that you approve as presented.
Any questions? One thing that you will not purchase all of this at one time, but you'll purchase it through the year. We're just approving this so that as the occasion arises, you have the authority to make these purchases.
Yes, ma'am. And when the occasion arises, we will still bring it back to the board for approval. So there will be in excess of $100,000.
Thank you. Do I have a motion regarding the technology purchases?
Madam President, I move that we approve the technology purchases.
I have a motion from Mr. Moore. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Ms. Townsend. Any further discussion?
Just one quick item, just for the public to know. On this first agenda item, we have to approve all votes for $100,000 or more. This is a big expense for our school district. This shows how much we are into technology. This first agenda item amounts to $1,015,000, which I think is well spent on these computer items and technology items for our district.
Any other discussion? No further discussion? All in favor of the motion, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0. Consider the 2023-2024 Student Code of Conduct and Handbook.
Madam President, thank you. Our student handbook is updated every year to reflect the legal changes and the procedural changes that are made for our district. The student handbook does not have to be board approved, but it needs to be reviewed annually, and we have brought that to you for review with our redlined and green highlights as the addition. But the student code of conduct must be board approved every other year, concurrent with the legislative session, to reflect the legal changes. And so this year, the student code of conduct is up for an action item for your approval. So it's recommended that the 23-24 student code of conduct be approved as presented with the required changes and updates.
Comments or questions? I do have one comment. For those of you that are interested, our student code of conduct is 108 pages. Additionally, our student handbook, our student code of conduct is another 40 pages. So these folks do a lot of hard work trying to put this together for parents so that they understand or have a place to make references to what is actually, what our expectations are of our students. So thank you so much for y'all working on this.
Thank you, and Courtney Henry does a great job helping take care of Ms. Clark and I, and Ms. Clark and I work hand in hand with Ms. Henry, and she's done a great job, so thank you for saying that.
Which I would be remiss to say that Ms. Henry went to the hospital today, and I certainly should have prayed for her too. We are thinking about her. Do I have a motion regarding the Student Code of Conduct handbook, or any questions?
Madam President, I move that we approve the Student Code of Conduct as presented.
Second.
I have a motion, and a motion by Ms. Gore, a second by Mr. Wimberly. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0. Discuss and consider adoption of an order authorizing the defeasance and redemption of a portion of Granbury ISD unlimited tax refunding bonds. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to preface this with 12E through 12I. We'll kind of build on each other, and as we move through here, you'll see how they affect each other as we go through. However, the first one is the bond redemption order. Attached to your memo, you do have the defeasance order, and then you do have a schedule that BOK did put together for us showing which bonds we would be defeasing, which is our Series 2015 and our 2020-A. We did talk about this prior to the meeting. This will refund or prepay, I should say, defease $6,140,000 of existing bond debt that we have now, saving taxpayers $938,153.35 in interest. I will say this will add on to, since 2005, we have refunded or redeemed $153,239,000, saving taxpayers a total of $26,580,905.
Will you say that amount again? 26?
We have saved taxpayers since 2005, $26,580,905. It is the recommendation that the board order authorizing the defeasance and redeeming a portion of the Granbury School District's unlimited tax refunding bonds, Series 2015, and unlimited tax refunding bonds, taxable Series 2020-A, and all matters incident or related thereto.
Is there any discussion? Is there a motion?
I just have one thing I want to say. It sounds like it's so easy. We pick a couple of bonds and, okay, we'll pay these off. It's really not. Mr. Whitefield and BOK get together, they look and see what each one is at as far as the interest is concerned, which one is going to be the smartest one for us to pay off, what is the timing. It's not like we could just decide any day to go ahead and pay it off. This is something that they work very hard on, very diligently, and what they have been able to do over the last 18 years is truly amazing, and it's because of good fiscal responsibility, and I thank Mr. Emmett for that right now.
Madam President, I move that the board adopt the order authorizing the defeasance and redemption of a portion of the Granbury Independent School District unlimited tax refunding bonds, Series 2015, and unlimited tax refunding bonds, taxable Series 2020-A, and all matters incident or related thereto.
I have a motion from Mr. Wimberly. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Ms. Gore. Any further discussion? Other than to say thank you very much, Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you.
All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0 vote. Consider adoption of the 2023-2024 general operating child nutrition and debt service budgets.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, we're still building on to get to the end game here. In the presentation earlier, we did go over the general operating, the food service, and the debt service budget. You just did approve the defeasance, so the debt service budget will be set and as attached to your sheets there. You will be able to see that $6,140,000 is included in that. The general operating and the food service budgets did change from the budget workshop, but not from this afternoon earlier, based on certified values. So there were a few changes there. But we are going to present these budgets as one budget with two compensation plans. Compensation Plan A would include the $1,850 increase for teachers, the 3% increase on the midpoint for all other employees, and in addition, it would include the drivers to a minimum of $18 an hour, driver leads to $19 an hour, and all other pay scales raised to $15 an hour minimum wage. Compensation Plan B, if the VATRE were to be approved, would include all of those, plus an additional 10% raised to every pay scale in the district except for the administration scale that would be at 3%. So we will be adopting one budget for general operating with two compensation plans contingent on the VATRE being passed in November. And those budgets are in your packet, and it's just like the slides that were on your for the hearing earlier.
Any questions, or do you have a comment, Dr. Glenn?
No, again, I just want to thank Mr. Whitefield and his team for their hard work in putting together not one but two budgets that'll be adopted simultaneously tonight. And then again, as he mentioned earlier, this will actually build not only through item A, but actually through item L. And so we'll talk in greater detail about the impact of the second budget when it comes time to discuss the VATRE.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wimberly. Any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0. This passes. Consideration and possible action to adopt the 2023-2024 Granbury ISD tax rate.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, as we move forward on this, the budget that you just adopted for the general operating fund did include two scenarios with compensation plan B. That would be the VATRE, the VATRE voter approval tax ratification election that would be needed to fund that plan. You do have that in your memo there. The M&O rate would be at 78.92 cents, and your INS would be at 14.5 cents for the defeasance. The total for that would be a 93.42 cent tax rate, and there is suggested language for you to use for your motion in that tax.
Thank you, Mr. Whitefield. And I'll speak into this briefly because it does tie into the VATRE that we'll be discussing later on. The district is compressing the tax rate 6 cents on the operations side. That's not the full compression allowable with the state. So those additional funds are going to allow us to have additional golden pennies that are not subject to recapture, as well as additional state revenue to the tune of an estimated $8.2 million, because we do anticipate there will be some recapture coming in, even though I know Mr. Whitefield's templates indicated closer to about $9 million. But it seems like every year this time we underestimate what recapture is, because when they send us the reconciliations throughout the year, it tends to go up. So we're trying to be as conservative as possible in this approach. But truthfully, the district could compress more, but we do that on the backs of our staff. and we continue to pay low wages, we will continue to have large class sizes, and we'll continue to struggle to meet our operations budget. And so adopting the tax rate of 93 cents will in essence trigger the VATRE, which we'll speak to below.
Essentially, this will allow us to have an increase in the tax revenue, but not an increase in the tax rate. So it still lowers the tax rate while allowing more of our local dollars to stay local.
We not only lower the tax rate, but there's also a homestead exemption that I'm going to assume most voters in the state of Texas are going to vote to approve in the November election. So voters will see their taxes go down, and that's something that we're confident in, and probably more than that. The 93 cent tax rate that we're proposing is low. It is the lowest school tax rate in Hood County. It is one of the lowest in the Metroplex, and if you compare us to districts statewide that are around 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 kids that are growing, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a district with a lower tax rate. A credit to all of the trustees up here, every one of them, for the last, we'll say, decade, have been extremely good stewards of taxpayer money, lowering the tax rate at every opportunity as much as they possibly could. This time, we're asking for a reprieve with so much compression on the line and a homestead exemption on the line, where taxpayers get a win, and the district and our teachers and most importantly, our kids get a win. And so that is the recommendation you have before you tonight, trustees.
Madam President, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.9342 cents, which is effectively an increase in the tax rate.
Do I have a second?
I'll
Motion?
second.
Motion by Ms. Gore, second by Mr. Moore. Any discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0. Consider a resolution committing fund balance.
Thank you, Madam President. You do have a resolution in front of you that will decommit or commit or uncommit designated funds that we committed last year. We did use those funds, so we are dropping from the last year's committed fund balance to just a little over $1 million in those areas, and that will just keep us in line with our audit. The board policy requires us to be at 20% on our fund balance and uncommitting, and then at the end of the year, we will be at about 24% on our fund balance. So we'll be well within limits. This just uncommits those certain funds.
So even though our resolution says committing, we are uncommitting.
We are
those
uncommitting. Those are the funds. That $1,080,000 will be
Right.
committed.
Okay.
Fund balance, or, yeah.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the proposed resolution to maintain the committed fund balance as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0 in favor. Consider and possible action to order a voter-approved ratification election, a VATRE or Vader.
Thank you, Madam President. With the tax rate that you did adopt in one of the last agenda, we will trigger a voter approval tax rate of ratification election, and you do have the order in your packets.
Yeah, and I'll speak into this because it was in Ms. Gore's motion. The end of her motion says it's in effect a tax rate increase, and it is, because we're not compressing to the maximum allowed under state law. We're asking voters for a partial compression, and we're asking to use the remaining dollars to be able to generate additional, not only local revenue, but also state revenue. And the first thing that we're going to do with that revenue is take care of our staff. For many years, our district has underpaid our teachers comparative to other districts our size in the area. It's an opportunity to give them a raise of 10%. If you can think back in your lives to a teacher that has impacted you, know that this is an opportunity to take care of those who take care of our students. And I can tell you, just having had the opportunity to walk our halls and talk to our teachers, we have a lot of what I'll call family teachers. That means mom and dad both work in our district. They both teach in our district. And they've chosen to live in this community, work in this community, and they know that they're making a lower wage than what they would make in Weatherford or Cleburne or Burleson or Mansfield. And we want to use this as an opportunity to catch up and reward those individuals. So there will be a 10% pay increase, not just to our teachers, but also our secretaries, our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, our custodians. These are people that live amongst you, they work amongst you. We are the largest employer in Hood County, and we want to make sure that our employees are taken care of so they can go out into your businesses and spend money, so they can go into your churches and tithe, so they have the ability to support their kids and raise their family in our community. I think this is an important issue. I hope that voters will get informed about this issue, and it is our recommendation tonight that trustees approve the VATRE, voter approval ratification election on November 7th, 2023.
Any questions?
The only other comment I would like to make is if the audience could see the two proposed budgets, with the VATRE and without, every single department is at the exact same amount. Where the money is being spent, where the money is being put, if we get this voter-approved tax rate election, is in salaries. The only other place it is increasing security by about $500,000. Everything else is going into salaries. It is not going into anything else. So when we say this is for salaries, we mean it.
And I also think it's important to note that this is something that grows in perpetuity with the district. So as our district grows, we'll continue to generate more money. So as we build new schools, as we add staff to accommodate students, we'll be able to take care of that staff at the same level. It's not a one-time shot for the district.
Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move to order a voter approval ratification election to be held on November the 7th, 2023.
Motion from Mr. Moore. Do I have a second from Mr. Wimberly? Further discussion from anybody? If not, those in favor, show of hands. Those opposed, same sign. Let the record show, 7-0. Moving right along, discuss and consider adoption of an order calling for a special election for Granbury Independent School District, including the aggregate principal amount of $151,725,000 for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, renovating, and equipping school facilities. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm going to ask Caleb Prince to come to the podium. It was mentioned in public comments earlier. We have several members in the audience who had the opportunity to serve not only on strategic planning, but also on long-range planning. And there was a lot of goodwill to have the opportunity not only to break down the bond from May of 2021 and the areas that we needed to improve upon before going back to voters, but also to have really serious in-depth dialogue about the goals of the district, the future of the district, and where we would want to go to address the growth of the district. So it is my privilege to have Caleb at the podium tonight. He is a husband, he is a father, he is fairly new to Granbury, which is not uncommon for a lot of our parents. They chose this as a destination because they wanted to be in this school system and raise their kids here. He and I share that story very similarly. And he was in Midlothian, and I was right down the road in Waxahachie. And so Caleb had the opportunity to be a part of strategic planning and long-range planning, and it is my privilege to allow him the opportunity to speak into this agenda item tonight.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you all for having me again. My name is Caleb Prince. My family and I have been here for about 6.5 years. We don't have any family here, ties here. We settled in this community because we like it. We like the schools. We're proud to be residents here. We've found family within this community in a lot of ways. The school district is just one of them. I tell that story, how much I care, because I'm not speaking for myself tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of roughly 80, I believe it was, individuals that took part in strategic planning, also a facilities committee, and then on the long-range planning committee, which came up with this bond proposal that I'm going to bring to you tonight. I'm going to try to keep this brief. The strategic planning committee consisted of 4 subcommittees, one of which was facilities. We also had culture, human capital, which is the employees, and student achievement. And from that, the facilities group, it branched off into another meeting, which I was not a part of, where I believe they dove deeper into the facility needs, updated playgrounds, updated schools, HVAC equipment, possible new facilities. That led to the long-range planning committee, which I came back for, along with many others. We reviewed demographic data and facility needs that were found through the facilities committee meetings. I'm going to highlight some of the big points. Y'all have the information there and the details of this bond proposal. I'm going to hit the high points. From demographic data, all of us, we're seeing the growth. I've been here 6 years, and we see it since we've moved here. The town has grown. People have been here even longer. I'm sure what it looks like to them. But currently, 3 out of 6 of our elementary schools are at or over capacity. I'm going off some of the older numbers. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. But I know that 3 of our elementary schools have portable buildings, which we know is a security risk. We don't want our kids in portables. That's a problem. All of our elementary schools, based on the demographic projections, are going to reach capacity by 2027. That means total enrollment, not that all of them are going to hit it, but the total enrollment at all of our elementaries will reach the total capacity at all of our elementaries in just a few years. Acton Middle School is currently at or over capacity as well, and will be addressed in this. So after this review, we have decided that a bond election is necessary at this time. The proposed projects, the easy way to break this down would be to look at elementary schools, middle schools, and transportation and security. The high school's left off, and I'll get to that. Elementary schools, we recommend a new elementary school be built. Ideally, I think the idea is to have it on the northeast side of town to accommodate where most of the growth is within the county, and also to accommodate kids from Crescent and that growth on that side. There will also be updates to the existing elementary schools. From the architecture firm speaking, there's carpet that's out of date. There's walls that need to be painted. There's gyms that need to be updated. And so on a case-by-case basis, the elementary schools will use this money to update their facilities as well. The new elementary school is the big ticket item on this proposal. It is over a third of it. I think it's very easy to notice that that's necessary when you look at the demographics. Middle schools, we're going to have an addition to Acton Middle School. It is at or near capacity as well. So the new wing will accommodate, I believe it was 500 students. I could be off on that number. But that's to accommodate the growth on that side of town. Now, we're not going to forget about Granbury Middle School. There will be updates. It's an older facility. There'll be updates to that school along with a resurfacing of the track. Transportation and security piece, 30 additional buses, and there will be a fuel tank replacement at our current transportation center, which is in need of, and also a new transportation hub on the north or east side of town. That will alleviate traffic through Granbury and 377, hopefully reduce busing times for our kids if there's more buses on the road, and condense the school schedule was the idea. So instead of elementary schools going so early, high school getting out so late, with more busing opportunities, hopefully that provides a window to condense the school schedule and alleviate that a little bit as well. The high school was left off of this proposal, and that was very intentional by the long-range planning committee. The reason is, I have it here, based on the demographic projections, it'll be over capacity by the 2027 or 2028 school year. That will need to be tackled down the road, whether that's multiple high schools, one high school, 9th, 10th, whatever it may be. That'll need to be tackled at a later date. So any improvements, additions, the high school was left off completely. knowing that we will need to come back to you to solve that problem later, hopefully through more of getting the community involved in these committees. I agree with what a gentleman said earlier. It was very gutsy, I think, of the ISD to bring in the community. You know, there was a lot of people with a lot of different viewpoints. We didn't agree all the time, and that's okay. But I think the thing that we agreed on is that we do care about our kids. And I do speak for this group as a whole, not myself. So on August 8th, 2023, the Long Range Planning Committee came to a consensus that a bond election is necessary at this time, and that the proposal we have given to you is adequate and necessary for the needs to be met right now. You know, the idea is we will come back for more, hopefully, as we need it. This town is growing, and this point is a personal one for me. I'll say it quickly. We moved, didn't know Dr. Glenn, but we did. He lived in Waxahachie. I was in Midlothian. When we moved to Granbury, we bought a house substantially more in cost, but paid substantially less in property taxes. And at first glance, you think, great, that's awesome, until you realize our teachers are paid less. Our cafeteria lady, as a son of a lunch lady, it made me very sad to hear that our lunch ladies are driving to Cleburne because they can make a couple more dollars an hour. It makes me very sad. It makes that little bit more in property taxes easier to swallow. That's not the case with this one. This will have no tax increase. I did not mention that. So at the ticket of $151,725,000 with no tax increase at this time, we recommend this bond proposal for your approval. Thank you. And I want to thank everyone that took part in the long-range planning and strategic committees. A lot of them are here tonight, so thank y'all.
Caleb, that was well said, and just in case there are questions for you, I ask that you stand at the podium. And I do have one for you.
Please.
You have a son in the district, grade?
Fifth grade at Acton Elementary.
Fifth grade at Acton Elementary. So it takes really 3 years to get all these changes in place. So maybe if your son is lucky, the AMS renovation gets done when he's in 8th grade. But for the most part, as a parent, this bond won't have an impact on your child. But you and your wife are both in strategic planning, and you put a lot of hours into long-range planning. And I just think that speaks volumes as a parent and a community member that you're looking back at the kids that are going to be coming behind your own son. And so,
Absolutely.
So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And
if you have any
trustees,
questions, please.
we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a couple of things I'd like to ask. Was it ever considered, due to the fact to the size of the bond, I went to the strategic planning meetings, and I'd listened to both sides, and I understand the needs and the wants. I'm a fiscal conservative. So I'd like to know, was there ever a thought to pull out the elementary school and put it on a separate line as a proposition, and then all the extra things that are needed to fix up, like if your house is falling down, you're going to want to fix something, and then the teacher. Is that any of that ever been suggested?
I know there was an extra meeting tacked on at the end because there was a lot of discussion as to what should be included, what should not be included. Certain schools needed improvements that others didn't, and we tried to make that as equitable as possible.
And I can speak into that. We asked the specific question of whether we wanted to have two propositions, a Prop A and a Prop B, and it did not. There did not seem to be consensus for going multiple propositions.
I just want to say thank you for all the time that you've committed to this. It's been a pleasure serving with you and the rest of the community during the strategic planning process and on the long-range planning committee, and I really appreciate your thoughtfulness, your time, and all the ideas that were shared. Whether we agreed on all of them, we worked through that process and came to consensus on this, and thank you.
Yeah, thank y'all.
I'd also like to thank you, and for those of you that are in the audience that participated in these committees, will you stand and let us recognize you and give you some applause? We know you gave a lot of hours. We know you gave a lot of thought. We really do. I really appreciate everything that every one of you did, so thank you.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I talked to a lot of community members, and they've reached out to me, and they're feeling very overwhelmed. They do it hands down want the teachers to they're for the TRE, absolutely. But there's an issue of trust with this district. A lot that was mentioned to me by many of the community members was, the aircraft that was purchased, and also the money and time that's being spent to go after a trustee. And so I did promise that I would make their concerns known, and that's my comment.
You do know that the airplane sold for profit, correct?
I made my point. I'm not here to argue. I just promised that.
It did sell, but it sold for profit, so it wasn't a big loss for the GISD.
I just promised that I would make their concerns heard. That's
Caleb.
all.
All right. Caleb, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank y'all for having me.
There is one point I do want to make.
Madam President, you have before you the recommendation from administration to call for a special election, including the aggregate principal amount of $151,725,000 for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, renovating, and equipping school facilities.
I'd like to make one comment. Unlike the last bond issue, this one has line item estimates. So if you're interested in specifically what has been determined by this group of individuals that just stood up, that will be available. So someone said, I don't think I trust this district to have this money to just do with what they want. This is not the case in this bond issue. In this bond issue, there are line item estimates for every item in here.
Dr. H., I do want to, go ahead, Ms. Squirrel, I'm sorry.
And being on the long-range planning committee, there was a lot of stuff that was taken out, that the community said, no, we don't need that right now, or this is a want, this is extra, we don't need that. They were very intentional in coming up with this and making sure that we had these line items, so it was as transparent as possible for the community.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. And so I want to take a second. When we actually hired our new communications director, Ryan Cox, who's sitting right down here, 2009 graduate, GISD, great left-handed pitcher, although I don't think we can use him, his eligibility's gone. Ryan's been with us from the beginning, and if you're interested in seeing what the long-range planning committee did and the strategic planning committee did, you have access to that on our district website, so you can review all the information they reviewed. But more importantly, Ryan is preparing to launch a GISD election 2023 website tonight. I've actually seen it previewed, and so all of the information related to the VATRE and the bond election will be online, along with frequently asked questions. He also is going to have the opportunity for you to email in, and we will get you answers to questions that you may have about the VATRE and the bond. So we want to be as transparent as possible. We want to put out as much information as possible. We feel like this is an issue that the community can come together on. We can get behind teachers. We can get behind schools for kids, and we want to stand out and be a shining light in the community. And I just can't say enough about Ryan Cox, what he has done since he's come in to the district, been a part of our leadership team, and I think that everybody's going to be pretty impressed with the information that he has put together and will be putting out over the next 4 to 5 weeks.
Madam President, there's one thing that was said that I want to make sure, words have meaning, so I want to make sure that it's said properly. It's not that the taxes are not increased. The tax rate for the debt part of our tax rate will not increase. That you will have an increase in the taxes Dr. Glenn described earlier. Instead of being paid off in 9 years, it will be paid off in a longer period of time. So the tax rate stays the same for the debt part of our tax rate, but the tax will increase. On the ballot, it will say tax increase. The tax rate stays the same.
And that really means that we just owe more as a district. So while the rate doesn't increase, our debt will increase. For centuries in America, people have taken care of their children people who didn't have children. Many of you do not have children, but somebody took care of you when you were in school. And so we're spreading this out over a period of time so that we can take care of the kids that need it. Okay, you've heard all of the comments. Any other comments? Do I have a motion to discuss the adoption of an order calling for special election for an aggregate principal sum of $151,725,000 for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, renovating, and equipping school facilities?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the order of election as presented.
I'll second.
May I make a comment before I make my vote?
Certainly.
Ultimately, the job is not to decide on the bond's success or failure. My job is to represent the community and present key issues to them when appropriate, so they may decide issues as they impact their personal finances and the GISD children. Therefore, I will support this last motion to go before the public and not attempt to stand in the way of the voters having a say of the future of GISD. I trust the voters of Hood County to make the correct decision.
Any other comments? All in favor of this motion, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show that a 6-1 vote with Mrs. Graff opposing. We will go next to consideration and approval of the joint elections contract with Hood, Johnson, Parker, and Somerville counties, including approval of order of election for school board trustees places 1 and 2 on November the
Madam President, this should be an easy one. We have now called for a BATRE, which will be Proposition A. Proposition B will be a bond election in the amount of $151,725,000. Also on the ballot will be cases 1 and 2 to be held on November 7th, 2023. We ask for your consideration and approval of the joint elections with Hood, Johnson, Parker, and Somerville counties as presented.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the order of election and contracts with counties as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
You have any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0. This passes. Consider approval of Stantec Architecture for the 2023 bond program as the most qualified firm to perform services in accordance with Texas Government Code, Chapter 2254, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the contract. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. This contract was worked out between Stantec and whose representatives are with us tonight. And we also had our attorney and legal counsel, Elizabeth Nelson, review the contract. It is our recommendation that we approve Stantec Architecture as our firm for the 2023 bond program as the most qualified firm to perform the services in accordance with Texas Government Code, Chapter 2254.
Just a comment. I'm not sure how many pages. It went from page 407 in our board book to page 583. I tried to read it all. I finally called Dr. Glenn and said, did our attorney look at this? He assured me they did and that you folks worked with them.
We worked, Brett's in the audience tonight, and he and I work closely on it. Again, Stantec has been a partner of GISD since the May of 2021 bond. They've helped us not only with demographic analysis, but they've gone through and looked at our buildings. They've sat down and visited with our campus administrators, our teachers. They've poured into our community. They've given back to our community. They have an incredible reputation statewide, and we're proud to recommend them tonight. And I'm thankful that Brett was so easy to work with on the contract, because I know that sometimes our legal counsel can be kind of tough, but we were able to hammer out the differences, and I think you you have before you a good quality contract to deliver a product should voters approve it.
Any comments from the board? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that the board select Stantec Architecture, Inc. as the most qualified firm to provide services for the 2023 bond program in accordance with the Texas Governmental Code, Chapter 2254, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute a contract with Stantec Architecture, Inc.
A motion by Mr. Wimberly. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Gore. Any further discussion? I just want to thank y'all for working so hard with our people. And somebody asked me after the last bond meeting, said, do those folks live here?
Actually, Kimberly, and I didn't see her, she was blocked, lives in Houston and drives in. So we're grateful every time she makes the trip up here.
Would you two stand so that these people will recognize you when you're, and I knew you were going to like that. Thank you. You have a motion and a second. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed? Let the record show 6-1 with Ms. Graff opposing. Consider declaring property located, and again, thank you, folks. Consider declaring property located at 2900 Acton School Road surplus and order an appraisal for the board to consider for future sale of property.
Thank you, Madam President. As you know, I guess last year the district purchased additional property for a future high school. We had property that we were looking to liquidate that would not have a useful purpose for GISD facilities moving forward. Part of that was the property located adjacent AMS. The board has previously declared that surplus. We are asking tonight that the board declare the property located at 2900 Acton School Road. So that would be the property that surrounds Little Bucks all the way up to the road is surplus property. We'll actually work with Stantec Architecture to plat out a traffic loop for that facility. Pending the passage of this bond or a future bond, because we know traffic at Acton Elementary School Road and James Road is significantly impeded whenever we have pickup and drop off. But in addition to that, we want to be able to survey, we want to be able to plat it, and then we want to be able to go out for appraisal. We are not asking tonight that the board sell the property. What we're asking for is the first steps in the process of being able to sell the property. So to be clear, the district would have to get an appraisal. We can't sell land for less than the value of the property. Then it would go out for public bid, and then the board would have the opportunity to accept a bid or reject all bids if they didn't feel the price was adequate. And so it is our recommendation tonight that you allow us to begin the first step in this process, which is declare that property surplus.
And it will be platted, and the loop for reducing the traffic will be taken and retained by the district, and we will only look at the value of the other property.
Correct. After we get an idea of where we want the traffic loop, we'll survey the remaining portion and then have it appraised.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we declare the property located at 2900 Acton School Road surplus and order an appraisal for the board to consider at a future sale of the property.
A motion by Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Ms. Townsend. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 7-0 for. Consider and possible action to name a TASB delegate and alternate for the 2023 Texas Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly. Every year, every school district that belongs to TASB, which currently is almost every school district in Texas, has an opportunity to designate a delegate to the annual conference where they determine what specific items TASB is going to support for the upcoming legislative session. It is our privilege, if you so care to do so, to send a delegate to that meeting in Dallas in September. The dates are, you would ask me, they're during the TASB conference. The last week in September.
And if you're just looking for someone, Barbara Townsend was recently named to Leadership TASB, selected among about 20 finalists across the state. Is that right?
Yes.
It's a cohort. Mm-hmm. And so she will be at that conference.
But she cannot be a delegate. She will be much too busy.
Madam President, I'd like to nominate Courtney Gore as a delegate.
Okay, I have a nomination for Courtney Gore. Are there any other nominations? All in favor of Courtney Gore being our delegate? Show of hands.
You can vote for yourself.
Opposed, the same. I'm sorry, Ms. Lowry.
Ms. Lowry, Ms. Graft opposed.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show 5-2 with Lowry and Graff. Okay. Moving on to the financial statements.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you do have the statements for the month ending July 31st, 2023. They do include all activity between September 1st, 2022 and July 31st, 2023. Revenue collected to date equals 98.12% of the budgeted amount compared to 98.55% in 21 and 22. The expenditures to date represent 80.81% of the budget compared to 82.68% of the 21-22 budget. You have that in front of you. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you for the reports, Mr. Whitefield. How about investments?
Yes, ma'am. Board, in front of you do have the investments for July 31st. This July 31st, the interest was $286,035.92, bringing the total for this school year currently to $2,313,065.42 in interest earned, as compared to previous years. We know how that was. Not very well.
Yeah, really. Something good about the big interest rates.
Any questions or comments? Then we will go back to, we will go back to our open forum. Unlike the first section of open forum, you will have 3 minutes of uninterrupted. You speak about any item that you'd like, and we'll start with Gladys O'Brien, who wants to speak on Mrs. Lowry.
Gladys O'Brien. Mr. Mueller, does she happen to be outside? Are there any?
Last call for Gladys O'Brien. We'll move on to Mr. Ed Elder. Just on open comments.
Good evening, board and community. The last time I spoke, I talked about trying to love people that do evil, people that have slandered me and attacked me in a lot of different ways. And I come tonight to stand for Karen. And we've got a board member here that's on a social media site that slanders and gossips. And I have to admit, it's kind of a dark place, but I go there every now and then just to kind of see who in this community, what kind of evil they're fomenting. And so much gossip and slander out there. And, but when I try to talk and debate with some of these folks, I realize that there's a proverb that says if you argue with a fool, then you are a fool. But I had some of the people that support the board majority and some of the more liberal people in the community that believe you can breastfeed, that men can breastfeed, and all kinds of crazy stuff. So the opposition is pretty clear. We have a corrupt group of leadership and this administrators, and Mr. Wimberly talked about making a profit on the airplane. Well, the airplane had to be sold because that was a whole corrupt, wrong operation. So people defend evil, they stand for evil, and they attack. And in a time when you want to pass a bond, that you have somebody that professes to be a Christian, how can you love God if you can't love your neighbor? Somebody that's sitting not too far from you. You know, there's a term called rhino, Republican in name only. I see a lot of people that are crinos, Christian in name only in this community. People that will slander and gossip and do evil. Some people are like Judas Iscariot themselves, people that I supported for election that betrayed other people. Just, there's a spiritual battle going on in our country, and it's heartbreaking. And if we could just love one another, and I try to debate some of these people and have conversations, but you know, when you have people that will defend, like Mr. Wimberly, you'll defend evil and corruption, it's hard to have a discussion. But I still pray, and it was kind of neat tonight. I saw several people that came here just to pray. And I would just encourage our community to pray and try to come together. But those of you that are fomenting evil, people that are punching walls because they're so angry, they have anger management problems, and, you know, get help. You know, we have people that are, you know, trying to suppress the truth. Just, God help us. God help our country. God help this community.
Thank you, sir. Travis Weathered. Travis Weathered. Oh, here we go, Travis. And I probably butchered your name, and I apologize.
Don't worry, you're not the first one.
You want to correct me so next time I'll know?
Weathereed.
Thank
Pronounce it with 2 R's. Yes, ma'am. Hello, everyone. I'm a new resident of the Crescent area. My daughter attends the Acton Elementary School. So unfortunately, I'm unaware of many of the issues that have been discussed here this evening. But it's already come to my attention in the first week and a half of school that there's action needing to be done regarding buses that don't have working air conditioning. According to parents whose children share my daughter's bus to Acton Elementary, this has been an ongoing issue that spans multiple years, buses having poor air conditioning or none at all, buses breaking down, and nothing being done to truly resolve this problem. I've been made aware that to combat the heat this year, the district is having kids roll down windows once they get on the bus. Clearly doesn't solve issues. Whenever a friend of my daughter comes off the bus complaining they're having trouble breathing, sweat is pouring off of them and their faces are blood red, saying it was so hot that she fell asleep. This sounds much more like passing out to me. This is a 7-year-old girl. Most children don't fully comprehend the signs and dangers of heat exhaustion. All they really understand is that it's too hot. However, when you have your own bus drivers begging parents like myself and my wife to speak on these matters and to speak against unsafe working conditions, something needs to be done. Not in November, once the heat's dissipated. Now. From my limited perspective, if anyone here thinks that something like this is unreasonable to take care of our children, 6, 7, 8-year-olds who go to elementary, in terms of excessive heat waves that we've had this year alone, I suggest that you yourselves conduct ride-alongs on the buses with no air conditioning for a week to see how long you can last with the children and drivers dealing with this on a daily basis. On a final note, I was informed that the last time the district voted on new buses, it was turned down. I wonder how those who turned their backs on our children would feel if it were their children passing out from this heat. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Whitefield, to help me make a correction here, We voted last year to approve how many buses?
We bought 4 buses this past year. However, I think what Mr. Weatherby was addressing was the last bond election.
Oh, okay, that the last bond election, it was turned down because the board itself has not turned down buses.
We ordered the buses last December, and they still have not arrived.
They were
according to
in
Brian
November, and
Brothers.
they still have not arrived.
November.
So buses were approved?
Some 4 buses were approved, but to the point of the speaker, more are needed.
Absolutely. I don't disagree with that. We are trying to do something. We've got 4 buses that were ordered in December and are not here yet. So thank you, sir. Vicki Butler.
Good evening. This is my first board meeting to attend, and I'm really disappointed in some of the things that I'm coming here to talk about. I am a resident and taxpayer within the Granbury ISD. I have grandchildren that have gone through all of the schools and graduated. And as parents and grandparents, I'll talk about myself. I expect transparency and utmost integrity of each of our school board members. I don't know any of you personally, but unfortunately, allegedly, Trustee Karen Lowry was recently featured in a video in the school where she was found to have allegedly taken an unauthorized entry into the school library using her flashlight, going through books. And I don't understand a lot of this. I mean, to me, it's just mind-boggling. And I don't think it's evil for a person to be concerned about the integrity of our board. And I feel like if these charges are true, then she has proven she's not to be trusted, and therefore she should resign immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Adrian Martin.
Hello. I'm going to try to read fast because I got a lot to say. Thank you all for allowing me to speak. First, what I want to say is I support the upcoming bond. The improvements are bare minimum necessities like buses, safe buses. Anyone speaking about tanking the bond as a political threat is showing a blatant disregard for our kids and their safety. The kids are supposed to be the reason that we're all here, but I'm afraid some in our community have lost that focus. Many parents are fed up with this never-ending manufactured controversy about books and libraries. I keep hearing y'all talk about removing above grade level books. Well, my kid reads above grade level. So do a lot of other kids. What about their education? Do their needs not need to be met? Do they not matter? This vocal group of extremists have proven there is no satisfying them with books or any other grievances they come up with. It's quote unquote porn, then it's CRT, now it's Japanese comics, then it's racist babies. Give me a break. To the board, you gave them an inch, they demanded miles. I hope y'all have learned a lesson. Please look into the gray rock method. These people are destructive interlopers. The board putting their demands above staff, students, parents has gotten us exactly where we are here today. Watching this group harass teachers, librarians, wasting hours of time at board meetings so that they can hear themselves talk and pat each other on the back. Most of the time speaking about things that have zero relevance in this district. The entitlement, ego, the playing victim. Every month is astounding. You don't have kids here. You're taxpayers. Woo, so is everybody else. I would love to see how much of our tax money has been spent trying to appease their never-ending list of demands. My guess is it exceeds whatever they're paying in. Yes, we all have freedom to use our voice and our opinions, but what you do not have the right to do is use your opinion as a weapon to control other people and control other people's children. You don't like a book, so what? Follow the reporting protocol and move on with your life.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
Apparently our buzzer is not working. I guess I'll have to be the buzzer tonight.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Charles Beard.
Good evening, board and audience. I am coming here because I've been listening to what's been going on over this last few days. I'm speaking to the board as a concerned parent, employee of Granbury School District, and most importantly, both of the Republican and Christian conservative. I'm a God-fearing man, and I have concerns on how this issue has been addressed. I love the teachers of our school district. I honor the fallen teacher. She was a mentor and loved by all. I pray God embraces her family during this challenging time. I only deal with the facts, and I say things as they are. I don't wish to offend. However, I will call out those abusing their authority. I have watched continual negative social media from unnamed individuals. I personally don't care why as much as how things are occurring. I blame no individuals tonight, as it only takes time away from solving the issue. As a retired Army Military Police Staff Sergeant, I have truly concerned at how quick information had originated from the school district on social media and released to a 5-year-old conversations on breaking news. An investigation that is claimed to be unbiased has a video inside the school on social media and done so quick. Political campaigns do this kind of stuff, so it's alarming to me what the intentions truly are in releasing this information. I challenge the superintendent to look into censoring those responsible for the unethical distribution of information before all the facts are submitted. Anyone in a leadership position, such as in this situation, is expected to be unbiased. Why cannot basic information without negative tone be addressed to the community? Citizens of Granbury are not idiots, and though masqueraded as sheep, there are wolves in this community. I hope the community will recognize coming elections. I pray you take these issues before God. If one cannot follow God, he or she is going to, how can he or she lead? We need to make everyone accountable if they are abusing their authority. We need to praise those who don't. And my hope today that we recognize that a common goal today is to protect our children. There is just two separate approaches. Let's approach things respectfully and remember that we are positive intentions to be considered. In my opinion, long-term office holders disable the community as it does not allow room for improvement, ideas, and beliefs, and it prevents the causing of chaos to leave. My recommendation, Karen, is that if you know you are innocent, I would frame the censure document as an achievement or use it as toilet paper.
Faye Landon.
First time I've ever been across this blue line.
About 6 years ago, when my two daughters started school in another state, I became very active in their school. I was a room mother first, did some substitute teaching even, became the school PTA president, then district PTA president, and then I'm to serve on the state PTA board. I have many teachers in my family, my mom, my sister, and several aunts. My dad's only desire was when he quit working or retired from working in the oil field that he would become a public school teacher. When I moved to Granbury, my friends who have known me forever told me that I needed to get involved with the Granbury school system. My daughters were 59 years old and 54 years old at the time, and I said, oh my goodness, what in the world do I need to be involved in the school? Been there, done that. Let those who have children in the Granbury school serve in the schools. I've done my share. However, folks kept fussing at me to get involved, so finally last year, I attended my very first Granbury School Board meeting and have only missed, I think, one maybe since that time, maybe two since that time. And I finally saw that I needed to become involved. As an old gospel hymn says, I saw the light. Employees of the Granbury school system, I appreciate all you do for our precious students. I appreciate the teachers, the bus drivers, the custodians, the safety officers, the nurses, the administrators, and especially you, Dr. Glenn. I have grown to admire and respect you, Dr. Glenn, over and over again as I watch you preside, speak, and pray at various meetings in our community. Teachers, I know many times it's a thankless job, and you wouldn't be here if you didn't love our kids, because it certainly is not for the large paychecks you receive. You are also loved, and I, like many other Hood County residents, I need to apologize to every employee in the Granbury school system that until the recent events, I have not previously expressed my appreciation for you and what you do to guide our students at our Granbury schools. You guide them to become all they can be and to fulfill their hopes and dreams, and I applaud you all. And as a PS, tonight I heard Dr. Glenn say you need to give the teachers a raise so that they can tithe in their church. I don't think I've ever heard a school superintendent talk about tithing, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Landon. Elizabeth Mercer. Oh. Okay.
Good evening again. I'm a generational native Texan. As such, I really don't appreciate it when other people tell me how to raise my children. I don't care if you're from the far west, and I don't care if you're from the southeast. I raise my children, and I firmly believe that the majority of the parents in Granbury are perfectly capable of doing that. I applaud you for setting up an email system where every time a child checks out a book, the person who's responsible for that is the parent. They can look at that book, they can decide if their child should read it, and they can decide if the content works for their home. Because that is actually the individual who should be making those decisions, and those are the parents. Now, I don't normally talk about my kids all that much, but I will say this. I got married very young, had kids very young, got divorced just almost as young. So I was that dreaded single mother who couldn't do anything right. And yet, my oldest child got a congressional nomination to a service academy. He is a vice president of sales, no less, for a very large ag company. My daughter wanted to be a non-com, so she went into the Army. Unfortunately, her knee got blown, so that dream died. But she is, as I speak, a mom of two excellent children. So I think that we parents do a good job. I don't need any help with moral. I don't need anybody leading me or giving me some kind of moral lesson. Thank you. But if I do need it, I'll ask for it. I also want to recommend that we actually, as a board, consider the two-tier justice system that is currently flagrant in our county. It's distressing to me that individuals with far-right connections or political connections, or far-left for that matter, don't face the consequences that those of us who just live in this community would face. If I had been accused of criminal trespass, I wouldn't be given a pat on the head, and a little private investigation. I would have been criminally charged. I fail to understand why that is not applicable to everyone, and I resent it because I obey the law. And I think everyone else should too. I understand feelings are high. I understand that individuals are doing the things they do, like screaming about books and things of this nature, because apparently the citizens of Granbury are too stupid to raise their own kids. I get it comes from a place of love. But what I am saying to you is
that perhaps you might reconsider. You might consider the fact that you are actually insulting the people of this county, and take a deep breath and just, raise your own kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Greg Harrell.
Well, good evening, Ward, once again. How are you? I want to let you know that before I get started, that I belong to a group that prays before the school board meetings. We pray for each and every one of you, not directionally, but we pray for you to have wisdom and be blessed. We prayed for the family and the loved ones of the teacher who lost her life over the weekend as well. So I just wanted to say that before I began. I also wanted to give kudos where kudos are due, because there's so much negativity in this room a lot of times. The new principal of Granbury High School, Principal Robinson, instituted a policy regarding cell phones, and I just want to applaud his bold stand in that area. I think it's great. Thank you so much for that. A brave and courageous man, obviously. And Sonny Galindo, the interim high school coach, who is requiring some of his team members, his team captains, to perform service work for veterans around the community. I think that's great as well. So before I get started on some of the things that I wanted to address, I just wanted to acknowledge those good things, and there are a lot of good things. I'm concerned tonight that about the division that is taking place here, particularly among the members of the board. What we see take place, what we see developing, particularly with the situation with Trustee Lowry, I believe is just a continuation of a pattern of events that have been sowed by some of the board members and maybe some of the senior administration of the district. For example, when Mrs. Lowry was elected, one of the first orders of business here among the trustees was to elevate the standard for placing items on the agenda to be heard by the Board of Trustees from 1 to 3. Finally, it was reduced to 2, thank God, after a lot of deliberation. But I believe that that was just an effort to silence the voice of some of the trustees on this board, and I spoke to that when it was occurring. So much of what we're talking about here is not about books, but I'm going to tell you that you guys are putting us in a position to where there's two camps, and the one camp is really labeled the book people. That's not true at all. That camp is really concerned about the children of Granbury. Maybe, yes, we do have some differences of opinion, but with unity, we can talk about those differences of opinion. We can come to good conclusions. We can discuss with each other, and we can leave as friends. Quit being divisive here. This situation with Trustee Lowry ought not be.
Mr. Harrell, thank you. And just for... Laurie Bell.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm glad to be standing up here simply because I've been sitting a long time tonight. And your chairs are not that comfortable. I've been spirit-led to speak tonight, and that's why I felt to stay through the whole thing. Psalm 133:1 says, "How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity." Julia Pinnell, my good friend here, coined the phrase community in unity. On the whole, Granbury is a community in unity. You see it in the number of nonprofits that are here and the fundraisers that support those nonprofits. The people of this community that live together in unity are the heart of Granbury. Sadly, this school board has trustees whose actions consistently show they have no desire to be unified with their fellow trustees. They are so hyper-focused on their hidden, well, not so hidden, agendas, and focused on what they are being told to say, that they are blind to what is best for the children of GISD. When one is hyper-focused on one's belief, they resort to extreme tactics, and they fail to see the big picture. They fail to listen to those around them for healthy decision-making, and they fail to work in unity for what is best for the entity they're working for. Westboro Baptist Church in Topeka, Kansas is an example of such extreme. This church is so hyper-focused on what the Bible says about sexuality that they forget that it also says the greatest of these is love. Their tactics are a prime example of losing sight of what Jesus was trying to teach us during his time on earth. That is, above all else, we are to love one another and live together in unity. These trustees are so extreme in their beliefs that they are making poor decisions. They are resorting to working in the dark. They are not working in unity with their fellow trustees, and they are losing sight of what is best for the children of God. I hope when they go home tonight they spend time in prayer and ask for guidance from our Heavenly Father to reveal to them the right path, the right decisions, the right way to work together in unity. I think the children of GISD deserve it.
Thank you, Ms. Dale. Sherry Westland.
Board members, Dr. Glenn, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my daughter was a student of Miss Moore. She spent the day grieving. It's been a hard day for her, a very hard day. That's not why I'm here. Today I come to you as a Christian, a property owner, and thereby a taxpayer, and a parent of 7 adopted, fostered, and biological children, 2 of whom are still in GISDs, meaning I've walked the walk and talked the talk. One of the reasons I moved here was for the schools and the moral compass of this community. I address to you with a heavy heart and a concern for our community's moral fiber and the values we hold dear. Standing before you, I acknowledge my imperfections and sins, that I am no stranger to the human condition. Our faith teaches us that our actions should exemplify our beliefs, not imposing them upon others. Drawing inspiration from Ephesians 5:11, which tells us to expose darkness and unmask evil, I bring your attention to the recent actions of Ms. Karen Lowry, trustee who is on a crusade to shed negativity on our schools and our community and Christian values. I have drawn inspiration from Ms. Lowry, words I thought I'd never say, and brought a flashlight with me here today to shine light on the darkness, Ms. Lowry herself. With the gravity of the situation, I respectfully demand an immediate investigation and potential resignation of Ms. Lowry due to her apparent breach of ethical conduct. With respect to the board's time, I will not rehash what my email on August 13th stated regarding what took place and undoubtedly what has been stated multiple times here this evening. We need to recognize the broader impact of these actions. The unfortunate involvement involving the GISD library has generated national media attention, tarnishing the reputation of our community and our education system again. Ms. Lowry's involvement in this debacle only deepens the false, negative perception of our community. We must remember Ms. Lowry's previous denial of any involvement calling authorities to the school on the school's employees, which is proven to be false. Such instances erode the very foundation, our trust we place in our elected officials, and especially those entrusted with our children's education and well-being. In conclusion, the recent actions Ms. Lowry has cast a shadow on over her professed values, her role as a trustee, and our children, and dictate the majority of our property tax funds. As a concerned citizen and parent, we demand transparency, ethical conduct from our representatives. Let us uphold the principles of authentic leadership by holding our officials to the standards we believe in. Our actions, guided by our faith and our values, should be a beacon of light that illuminates our path. No flashlight needed.
Janine McGregor.
Janine McGregor, teacher. I made an important request at the May meeting. I followed up with a letter to President Harrington, and as of yet, no response. I will try again with details. Last September, I and my GED students witnessed the use of Forward Training Center, which is school property, as an outlet for political material for candidates Townsend and McDonald. Large signs were openly displayed, were being delivered and picked up in violation of nonprofit requirements and school property policy. Problems then started when they knew that I knew. I had never met Ms. Townsend, but soon after, my employer, Denton ISD, received a complaint about me from Ms. Townsend as the superintendent of Granbury ISD, not as a citizen, not as a candidate, but as the representative of the board of Granbury ISD. The complaint was confusing as I was accused of distributing material to my students, which included my review of the book that I had conducted for Granbury ISD. Let me back up. I was asked to review a GISD high school library book. I turned my report in with over 400 disparaging phrases, expletives, including but not limited to suicide, depression, pedophilia, and animal cruelty. I also examined for SAT vocabulary. There were none. I did a readability test, 4th grade reading level. I thoroughly researched the author, slightly older than a teenager, and researched the tainted history of the source behind the award. Then I typed each and every questionable phrase, 431 of them, so there would be no any misinterpretations. I filled out the form and signed my name. I was thorough. Months went by. I was finally told it was removed from the shelf. Then, using FOIA, I asked for any and all notes and reports from the other examiners who were required by the school board. I wanted to combine all of those for a state representative. I did not receive what I requested, only a single pre-printed checklist, no examples, no signatures. But Ms. Townsend sent a copy of the summary cover sheet of my report to Denton ISD with a complaint about my behavior, hence tortious interference with the contract. I was interviewed. My students were interviewed. I was cleared of any wrongdoing. But my students and I were still considered a threat and continued to be subjected to unusual demands at Forward Training Center, one being a demand to move students to an unsafe portion of the building, which was especially hard for 2 physically handicapped students. As a result, the class was canceled. The students were left hanging. Townsend, Katie Offit, Forward Training Center Director, and Paula McDonald, currently on the Forward Training Center Board, were involved. I asked you previously for an investigation into what appears to be retaliatory conduct and abuse of office. I got no response from the May request except from Karen Lowry and Melanie Graft, who donated money to help the GED students produce 11 tests passed. Only silence from our GSD president. I am repeating my request for an objective investigation. My job was a federal grant job. Should I go to them first?
Thank you very much.
Since our book issue is now made national news, please include this problem in your special meeting because students
McGregor.
were
Sorry, Ms. McGregor, your time is up. Thank you. Craig Mayberry. And I'm sorry, Ms. McGregor, I passed your sheet on and I had Mr. Mayberry's in front of me.
Evening, everyone. What a lively evening it has been, to say the least, as well as this month, especially on social media in regards to the allegations of Ms. Lowry's conduct. The way that social media makes this thing out is you think that Karen and her cohort were all dressed in black in the middle of the night with blackface tunneling underneath the school and traipsing around the library with a flashlight in their teeth. So why all the turmoil? Well, to quote Ham the pig from Toy Story, I'm not exactly the sharpest spoon in the place where they keep sharp spoons, but it seems to me that porn is not the issue, nor is it airplane, LGBT, DEI, CRT. Those are all but symptoms of a much, much bigger problem. Now, when there's this much skullduggery going on, 99 times out of 10, that means there is something to hide. I've racked both marbles I have left in my brain to see what that problem might be. See, Karen did exactly what she was explicitly told to do by several on the school board. She showed up at the front office, there was no principal to check in with, and the only source of authority present was a receptionist who has the power to deny access. She faced no resistance or questioning. So why has the school board majority and social media got its nose out of joint? Well, to quote mainstream media favorite buzzwords, what I can see is that there's a very systemic and existential threat to the current power base, meaning the school board system using good old boy politics to achieve its selfish agenda may be coming to an end this November. The school board states that it prides itself on transparency. Really? Then why not has a single current GISD teacher who thinks like Miss Graff or Miss Lowry ever come forward to speak publicly on this forum? I know several teachers in this district, and all of them are absolutely afraid for their jobs and also for their family and their kids from speaking out. Rightfully justified fear of retaliation against them and their kids and making their lives a living hell. You have found out, school board, that the taxes you use to swoon and convert both current and prior school board members to your side doesn't work on Miss Graft and Miss Lowry the way you would like. And that absolutely scares the crap out of you. If there's transparency and everything's on the level, then why is there a minion who deliberately jacks up and delays a school board candidate's paperwork for filing not once but 3 times? Methinks that maybe if the 2 current candidates get elected, the majority will cease to be just that, and you'll actually be held accountable for your actions, firstly to the parents, the kids, and the taxpayers. Thank you.
Shelley Waddell.
You're not in enviable positions. There's no question about that. Our culture has changed radically, and so have schools, and so have school boards. Thank you, Dr. Glenn and school board trustees, for this opportunity to share. I'm going to read it and then cut me off because I'm too long-winded, Ms. Harrington. To share my thoughts and observations relating to the recent handling of Karen Lowry and the library visit. My hope is that you remain open-minded and objective in hearing my impression when your attention was drawn to this incident. To me, this incident was a public deflection to obstruct Karen's attempt to address the real issue, and that was she was canvassing the library for possible potential sexually explicit books that her campaign clearly ran on, and when she won her place, hands down, placed on the board. I hope you can see this truth and create a future climate and culture of fairness by embracing a positive change. This would foster stretching and personal growth for all of you and all of us. I hope in the future you will welcome robust debate, honest discussions, and genuine respect for seeking the ultimate good for all, and that by not taking offense for the trustees' opposition, just seek the truth. I was distressed at the lack of good taste on your board, demonstrating that your own teammate, Karen Lowry, by not publicly discouraging those public verbal attacks and the continued condemnations and gross mischaracterizations of her being a rogue trustee, implying that she was untrustworthy and unprincipled, an unprincipled person, that she was to resign from her position. I was struck mostly by your silence of all these attacks and struck that you lacked the insight of the effects that it will have on you as a board. Did you not recognize that by not speaking up publicly in the eyes of the community, your credibility and the public's confidence in you would further be compromised? Your board's EFB policy states all material should be appropriate for students. You know the rules. I don't have to tell them to you. And Karen was elected by supporting that premise on those grounds. She is an extra pair of eyes that was just simply going to the library to see if that was being followed through. Sexually explicit materials was her purpose in that visit. Governor Abbott made that declaration.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you'll consider all things that I've said. Thank you.
Beverly Cheney.
I'm deferring until tomorrow night. Wednesday night. Or y'all come listen tomorrow night.
You are deferring to Wednesday night. Paula McDonald.
Madam President and members of the board, I come before you this evening in the capacity as a current GISD parent, a former teacher, and a former trustee. The unconscionable actions by Karen Lowry on Wednesday, August 2nd must be addressed. Because I serve this school district as a trustee, I fully understand what the title of trustee means. I took an oath, as each of you did, to follow all policies and procedures set forth by the district. As a parent, how can I be assured that some rogue school board member who might have a vendetta against me might not plant something in my child's locker? What about his personal records? What about his personal records? Are those safe? Crazy, you say? Not so, in light of Ms. Lowry's recent recorded actions. Teachers, do you feel your personal items and space will not be violated by a sitting school board member? What Karen and her accomplice, Carolyn Reeves, who was a former police officer from California who therefore knows better, falsely identified their reasons for being at the high school to volunteer for an event and then went in the opposite direction to conduct their own investigation that this community is now dubbed Library Gate. An hour and 20 minutes in the dark library, it just reeks of illicit behavior. There is no doubt that while they were trying to remain undetected, as the video footage shows them turning the lights off when the motion detector caused the lights to come on. If they had permission, as Lowry continues to purport, wouldn't it make sense for her to be in the library with the lights on? The illogic you all continue to spew is just that, illogical. Karen, you have screamed transparency and demanded the district do better for 2 straight years. I'm appalled at your behavior. You are not above the law and cannot do what you wish. As a trustee, you are required to know the policies and procedures set forth for all board members. Your feeble explanation as to why you did this because Dr. Glenn gave you permission will not fly. The secret audio recording you and Melanie Graff were forced to produce has both Glenn and Harrington telling you numerous times that in order to go to any school library, you simply needed to make an appointment with the campus principal. And as of today, you continue to expand upon that lie that you contacted the principal and you did not. At this point, I can't imagine anyone buying into your egregious lies as the video and audio tell the true story. Furthermore, many of your people and yourself continue to brag how you won a decisive victory. Well, if it took the citizens of this county to see exactly how far you will go, then that needed to happen. I am embarrassed for you, and I am absolutely sickened that you have desecrated the elected seat in which you sit. And take note, those who dig their heels in so deeply eventually lose their footing and topple backwards.
Zeb Alam. Zeb Alam. Zeb Alam.
This is all on YouTube. You ought to be embarrassed.
As the father of a GHS senior, I've had a whirlwind of emotions since we all found out about Karen's stunt in the library. At first, I was amused. My first thought was, what's the funniest meme that I can put together to perfectly capture this buffoonery? Over time, however, my amusement has turned to anger, concern, and fright as I considered what all Karen and Carolyn had access to in that library. In many of our libraries around town, it is the librarians who have records of student IDPs, 504 documentation, book rental records, and of course, emergency contact lists. These records are protected under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, known as FERPA. Board members, I don't care if Karen Lowry was in the library looking for pornography. As far as I'm concerned, she can spend her entire tenure doing nothing but looking for library porn. But she has to be supervised. As an outspoken critic of Ms. Lowry, it scares me that she had access to my child's private records, which are protected under federal law. Along with any physical records that were present inside the desk, there was also a computer which can access all of our children's digital records. Karen Lowry and her accomplice had nearly an hour and a half in the dark to work on getting those records. It's fair to ask why I'm concerned about this. My concern is that she could target our teachers and other children of someone who challenges her actions. And if she is willing to work in the dark to complete her personal agenda, what else is she prepared to do? Are we really just waiting for the next shoe to drop? I will never be satisfied with the outcome of this investigation because Karen has too much time to download any student records that they may have photographed. She could and should walk out of here in handcuffs tonight with her cell phone and computer being subpoenaed as evidence, but it still wouldn't repair any damage she did compromising our children's private records. As much as I hate to say it, the GISD security team needs to be a little more prepared for the threat coming from inside, from the people like you whom we gift the title trustee than we do for any potential school shooting. I ask that you consider adopting a board policy requiring a chaperone to escort all board members on every GISD campus at all times. Karen Lowry alone has unfortunately broken the trust part of the title trustee, and this chaotic behavior cannot continue. The district also needs to inform every parent of every high schooler that their child's private records were compromised by a board member and someone from outside the GISD family.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Allison Ullum.
Madam President, members of the board, my name is Allison Southern Ullum. I live here in Granbury. My oldest son is a senior here at JHS. My mother is a former school board president. I have witnessed firsthand the dedication and commitment required to make informed decisions that impact our children's life. School policy plays a crucial role in the well-being of our children. Security measures dictated by that policy directly impact the overall safety and welfare of students. GISD has access to my children's private information. On August 2nd, our school policy was disregarded, resulting in a breach of trust and potential harm to all of the children in our school district. Video evidence shows that a school board member and another individual were in the library for 1 hour and 20 minutes. The video shows these individuals using flashlights on their phones. It is concerning that these individuals chose to rely on their phones instead of utilizing the available overhead lighting. These individuals were not the only ones on campus that day. They could have asked for help turning them on. It is more likely that the lights were not turned on because they knew they did not have permission or the authority to be there. Why were these individuals in the dark for that long in an area where my child's private information is accessible? Their explanation is that they were looking for inappropriate books. I'm rather proud of our school superintendent who brought national attention to inappropriate books in the Texas libraries when he was recorded saying, if they want to get more information regarding sex, go to the public libraries. There is no place for it in our libraries. The books were audited, the inappropriate books were removed, checks and balances were put in place to ensure parents were aware of their children's library activities. I have always felt welcome in my children's schools. I have been taken on tours, explored libraries, and enjoyed good relationships with their teachers. Not once have I felt the need to sneak around in the dark. John 1:4-5, speaking of Christ, states, in him was life, and that life was the light of the world. God always operates in the light. Therefore, we, as children of God, must do the same, requiring the same behavior from those we trust. These individuals' actions leave parents wondering what nefarious reason they had to be in the library in the dark. I request that a full investigation be launched to discover what confidential information belonging to our students was compromised, and that all parents be alerted to the potential breach The perpetrators should then be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Thank you for your time.
Brett Deason.
Good evening again, board members. I'm going to take a quote out of the recent long-range strategic plan. Positive partnerships with family and community are an important part of student success. Students should be future ready. Like I said, this comes from the strategic plan that was put together by the long-range planning committees, and there's one word that I want to point out, and that is success. The reason I point out success is because I contend that the success of GISD bothers some people. Granbury students are achieving phenomenal success because they are taking advantage of opportunities that are not afforded students in many other schools. Others here in Hood County don't have the same opportunities. Yet we have a small contingent of people that come in here every month with visions of porn dancing in their eyes and CRT lurking in some dark, empty space in the back of their empty mind. Despite every effort of the administration to appease these people, it is never going to be good enough. So why is that? The answer is simple to me, and it goes back to a conversation I had 2.5 years ago with a local Republican Party representative over lunch one day, and we were discussing issues with the school, and he basically said in short, the goal is the elimination of public education in Texas. So there's your answer right there. And we clearly have two trustees whose only goal is to achieve that as well as undermine and tear down their fellow trustees in Granbury ISD. So let's address August 2nd and Karen Lowry's actions. This is just not a single action, but a culmination of actions that led to the deception of that day. And the recording conducted by Ms. Graft weeks earlier in secret is only the tip of the iceberg. We, as a community, will continue to unpack that recording for the public as it clearly exposes the both of you for what you are. Lowry, you were clearly informed of policy regarding campus and library visits, and you have been trained on board policy, but you chose to ignore it. Instead of using that day to help kids and families, you chose to use the cover of Operation School Supplies to carry out another zealot's attack on Granbury ISD. These kids are students of the district who are supposed to serve, and that you're supposed to serve, and it was a slap in the face to them and their families because they are hurting in this economy. And trust me, they are hurting. You had an opportunity to do good, instead you did this. You violated statutes of the Texas Education Code. You violated numerous codes of ethics, too many of which I can't even have time to count tonight. But yet the worst is you violated the trust of every employee and student in this district because they cannot go home at night to rest easy knowing a rogue trustee with an agenda might be rifling through their office or personal items. Congratulations, because that equates to about 9,200 people. You should have already resigned, and the fact that you haven't smacks of an elitist arrogance. An elitist that can afford to have their attorney in tow at their beck and call. Do everyone a favor and step down now.
Just for your information, thank all of you for coming, for expressing your opinions. The report will be delivered, that was originated by our attorneys, will be delivered on Wednesday night at a 6 o'clock meeting. And you are certainly, it will be an open meeting at that time. With that,
I was promised another 45 seconds.
you certainly were. Thank you, Mr. I am so sorry. I actually did promise you that.
Yes, you did. I wanted to make absolutely clear, because I was part of the 80 to 100 some odd people that worked diligently on this bond package. And on July the 25th, when I left that room, I was firmly for that. When I came here tonight, I was firmly still for that. And I'm going to leave here still in favor of that bond election because I think the children need it. But I think everybody else needs to understand that what Karen Lowry did was not nefarious, criminal, or even unethical. I took the time to go and read the policy. BBF plainly says all she needed to do was to go to the school and follow the signage on the door. I went to the school and looked at the signage on the door. All that signage says is visitors must check in at the main office. She did that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. With that, this meeting is adjourned at 9:15.
Thank you, Board.